Recording in progress.
Good evening. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the City Council special meeting of Tuesday, January 21st of 2025. And please have the clerk call the roll. Can we have quiet in the chambers, please? Thank you.
Councilmember Burt. Here. Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Mayor Lowing. Here. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Here. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
Vice Mayor Vinker. For the record, 6 present.
Vice Mayor has an announcement to make attending online.
I believe I just got word from Vice Mayor Vinker. She's having technical difficulties, so she'll be joining.
We see her. Can we hear her?
There she is.
I hope you can now hear me. Yes.
Great.
I did have technical difficulties, but I seem to have somehow solved them.
Okay.
Perfect. So for the record, 7 present. And I believe Councilmember Vinker has an announcement to make.
Yes, I do. Because I am attending remotely, I'm invoking the just cause provision of AB 2449 because I'm on travel while on business of our city council, namely at the Northern California Power Agency Commission meeting in Sacramento. There are no other adults 18 or older in the room with me.
Okay, thank you. So we have a full staff tonight, a full council staff. All right, so the first item of the day is special orders, and that is reviewing a list of applicants and selecting candidates to interview for the Planning and Transportation Commission vacancies. And we'll turn it over first to the clerk and then come back to the council.
Thank you. So this evening, we will be going over our Planning and Transportation Commission interview process and how council would like to proceed with interviews for the vacancies on the Planning and Transportation Commission. So according to Palo Alto Municipal Code, Planning and Transportation Commissioners shall be residents of the city who are not council members, officers, or employees of the city. The Planning and Transportation Commission has 3 vacancies, 1 partial term expiring March 31st of 2026, and 2 full terms expiring March 31st of 2029. We received a total of 19 applications during the recruitment period. February 26th of 2024, we received previous council direction that set a method for selecting the number of votes to meet a certain threshold for a candidate to be selected to interview. And that was to allow council members a limited number of votes, number of vacancies plus 50%, and round up to select their preferred candidates to interview with a threshold of 2 votes for an interview. However, noting it is at council's discretion to change the methodology on selecting who they wish to interview. And here's our staff recommendation to review the list of applicants and select the candidates to interview for the 3 positions on the Planning and Transportation Commission. Again, 1 partial term and 2 full terms. And I'll turn it back to council for any questions or comments or discussion.
Yes, the process that was in place last time also, as summarized in our staff report, said that would be equal to the number of vacancies plus 50% is what we would choose, which would in this case be 2 votes for the partial term and 3 votes for the 2 full terms. But we are allowed to have a different process. So that's the process we're on right now. But since we agreed to talk about this again, I just want to take a moment to see if we want to change that in any way. And the threshold to earn an interview is 2, as was pointed out by the clerk. Councilmember Burt?
Yes. So when we adopted that practice a year ago, I don't recall that it was adopted as a council policy.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And we actually then deviated from that subsequently, if I recall.
For 1 commission, correct.
Right. But I just want to make sure that if we're going to have a default policy, that we've actually gone through and reflected on whether it's what we want. One of the dilemmas that we have right now is it gets even more complicated. This particular circumstance, we have a high turnover of 3 positions open for 3 different lengths of terms.
2
And
2 terms. Two 3-year terms and one essentially 1-year
Okay.
term.
2 3-year. All right. And then we also have a total of 19 candidates, which is a highly unusual number. Many of them that am not familiar with, and I assume my colleagues are not. And what I've found over time is, one, it's a lot of work to interview. We give 10 minutes for each planning commission candidate. This would be essentially 3 hours worth of interviews. But we have people who are going to be considered for what we've described as our most critical appointed position in the city. We have some people with really interesting backgrounds that we don't know, that we only really come to understand who we might want to vote for through an interview process, and yet many of them may be excluded from even being interviewed. I'm torn with how to proceed, but I did want to frame the issue that way. And I'm inclined to want to make sure we interview more rather than fewer. Given the number of candidates, I'm interested in seeing, based on the initial polling, how many candidates we would be considering and who they are, and then make our decision on what we should do on either adjusting the process and opening it up more or not.
Mayor, if I may just add, I don't know if I heard correctly, but just wanted to state for the record that planning and transportation commissions are actually 4-year terms.
2 4-year terms. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. Let's get some other comments. I don't see any other lights. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am inclined to agree with Councilmember Burt's notion that it would be helpful to know how many people have received votes in this initial effort to put names forward. If we have a good number, it suggests that a variety and a diversity of folks have been, have made it through round 1. If it's a small number, we may want to say, we'd like to interview half of the applicants or some proportionality like that.
Just want to get Vice Mayor Vinker's comments, and then we can get the number from the clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We were discussing this earlier today, and one of the things that I might suggest is, I believe we deviated from the policy when we had a small number of applicants. And so perhaps we could set a threshold. So for example, if there are 4 times the number of applicants as there are spots, maybe at that point it takes 2. Or there could be some sort of threshold at which we put this higher number in, because otherwise we'll be bouncing around each time. But I think that when we look at, a huge number of interviews, if we just go forward with all, that's difficult for council to handle. But if it's just a couple more and we can see the breadth of candidates, that's fine. So I would suggest that council consider implementing some kind of, if there are more than, X candidates, then it takes a second council member to get an interview. And I mean X candidates per spot.
Okay, let's get just the number, not the identity, but just the number of candidates that we have for all full term and partial term as of our preliminary votes, which all came into the clerk by the end of today.
So for the 2 full term vacancies, council selected with the votes of 2 votes for the meeting the threshold for an interview, 6 candidates. And then for the 1 partial term, 3 candidates to be interviewed.
So did everybody hear that? Six candidates for the full terms got at least 2 votes. All right. I'm not sure she can get that quickly, but.
Two candidates are for the same position.
And what about, how many folks got a vote? How many candidates got 1 vote instead of 2 for the 4-year term?
3 for the full year vacancies. Or for the full term, excuse me. And 7 for the partial term.
All right, so if we added up the 1s and the 2s, we get pretty close to 19 again, don't we? Yeah, can you just do the reverse and tell us how many didn't get any votes yet?
It'll take us just one moment. Six did not receive any votes.
Councilmember Lou?
I just wanted to confirm, when you aggregated the candidates that had 2 votes, if someone got 1 vote for partial and 1 vote for full, would you roll that together?
No, we did not. Thank you for that clarification. The way we interpreted the direction was per seat, not of a total for the 2 different positions.
But
Could we get the number if we rolled the just total votes together across all of the seats?
Yes, we can do that. One moment.
Well, what you're suggesting is also on the table. We can shift to that. I almost called you commissioner. Councilmember Rectal.
Can't teach an old dog new tricks. Yeah. One thing that bothers me about this is the division between the full term and the half term. And that if you think someone's the best person and they only got voted in on the full term, after we get done voting for that, they should be considered for the partial term.
They would.
They would be?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we pick 2 out of the first 10, then the other 8 are still in the running for the other.
Okay, so
And that is only if they wanted to, because we do have some candidates here that have specified only full term.
4 have opted out.
But
okay,
yes, we would
but if
roll
they've
over.
applied for both and they don't make it for the first one, if they were just interviewed, they just got the votes for the full term, but they did not get any votes for the role for the partial term, we still would consider them for the partial. Okay.
Correct.
That makes me happy. Thank you.
So from the numbers that are out here, we could go with, was it 13? Because 6 didn't get votes. Because what we don't have, which is why we did this exercise, is we don't have, 12 or 15 that got votes of 2 or more on the first round. So that seems to be the simplest. It's a little bit longer than maybe we anticipated, but there's no, I can't do statistics that fast in my head, but I don't think this is reliable to just pick a few of them at this point.
And Mayor Lyman, if I may respond to Councilmember Lou's question about if we combined votes for full and the partial terms. We had 7 candidates who received 2 or more.
All right, can we decide to go with I think it's 13? No, sorry, 4 have opted out of the former. So what would be the one for the 4-year terms? Because 4 have opted out of the 19, so that gets us down to 15. And then
Is your question of the people who only wanted the partial term?
no, the reverse.
Only with the
who only want the full term.
No, who don't, yes, okay, that way.
Yes, okay, so for those that would only want the full term, two candidates opted, three. Did I do that? Two candidates only opted in to have the full term, to be considered for the full term.
I don't understand that one. We already had four that. Some of those did not want the partial term, is that what you're saying?
Correct. Some candidates were only interested if selected for the full term.
All right. Not speaking for the council, but speaking as something we might be able to get around is if it's the 13, which is the ones that were voted for the 4-year term and the 1-year term, and that total is.
Could you repeat that question?
What's the total numbers of interviews we will get if we agree to interview everyone who got a vote? Recognizing that some people will only want the shorter term.
So for the full term, it would be 9 candidates. And for the partial term, it would be
4.
It would be, one moment, because there's overlap. So, from our initial count, that would be 13.
Okay. So interviewing 13 instead of 19 would have us interview anyone that applied. Can we agree on that? Everybody in? Yeah, about 13. And you're going to have to double check that before we report out. Okay?
So just to reiterate, so everyone for the partial term as well as for the full term, any candidate that received 1 vote will be considered
Which
for the interview, or will be moved forward to
gets
the
us to
next
that
round.
13, that's right.
Correct. Okay. So in that case, I will share the results.
Do we have to, don't you have to change that up somehow? Rather than do it right now? I mean, we can, why don't you just trim up your screens and then we can see a little bit later. Okay? Was there anything else on this? And also this is not a policy either, to Councilmember Burt's point, is we figured out the methodology for this set. Okay? I was going to go to general public comment, City Clerk, and then you can just trim up your slides. Okay, we'll table that for a moment, and then we'll go to agendas, changes, or additions.
We have none, Mayor.
Okay, this is public comment now on items that are not on the agenda. And how many speakers do we have?
Mayor, we currently have 14 requests to speak.
Individual?
Correct. Individuals, no group speakers.
Okay, so we'll do 2 minutes each.
Our first speaker is Ward T, followed by Lisa M.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ward. I was here last week, talked to you about Bulwer Park. Just want to share some progress since last week. I'm aware of the update the council received in December, yet there are many details that were omitted, so thank you for bringing that to point. Greater amount of activity started last Tuesday. massive change. Thank you for all who got the contractor to get the resources to make those things happen. Unfortunately, contractors still missing the opportunity to work on multiple zones in the park. They kind of do little pieces as they go along. So lots of opportunity. As a reminder, the park was supposed to be finished on 10/21/2024. With change order 3, it's now to be finished on February 1st. 10 working days they have, including Saturday, to make that happen. The contractor was already given $103,000 worth of relief from liquidated damages because of change order 3. 60 days noted for delays turned into 103 days. So I'm not quite sure how that math worked, but that's a lot of money that the city has given back to the contractor. Basically just requesting, I've actually asked for the monthly progress reports that are due to the city. I haven't received that yet through my public records request. Hopefully that'll be coming soon. But I'm just really asking that you hold the contractor to account, that the team still gets the contractor working to get this park built for our neighbors who have been without a park for over close to a year and a half now. And if it's not completed, hold the contractor to account, charge them $1,000 a day as per the contract. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa M., followed by Jaya U. Lisa M. Moving to our next speaker, Jaya U.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jaya Urrutia, and I'm here on behalf of my mom, a City of Palo Alto employee. I'd like to emphasize the importance of maintaining medical costs at their current level so that city employees, including my mom, can manage their regular expenses and save for retirement without the added burden of rising healthcare costs. With a projected increase, my mom will have to ask me and my sister for assistance. She does not want to do this because the both of us, with my sister being 19 and myself 17, are already working to pay for college and save for our futures. The city owes its employees for their hard work and dedication enough that they should not have to worry about higher medical bills impacting their livelihoods and retirement. You can show your appreciation by not raising medical rates. If you choose to raise them, it will impact the lowest paid employees and families with dependents the most. Please consider maintaining current medical costs as you negotiate new contracts with SEIU so employees like my mom can continue to support their families without added financial strain. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ken B., followed by Martin S.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to yield my time to Val, please.
You can have a group or an individual, so.
Good evening. I am here for Andrew Joyce, a friend and coworker who could not be here tonight because his daughter is in the hospital. Hello, members of City Council. My name is Andrew. I work at Mitchell Park Community Center. I've been with the city since 2006. While our pay isn't always competitive with other cities, what has kept me here is our supportive public, my amazing coworkers, and our medical plan. Our medical plan is crucial for me because my daughter has Peters anomaly and is blind in one eye. She also has microphthalmia, a condition that prevents her eye and ocular socket from growing without the help of a prosthetic device called a scleral shell, or as she calls it, her eyepiece. The device allows her socket to grow with her face and helps her maintain the appearance of a real eye, reducing the risk of ridicule or harassment. Each year, I must carefully review insurance to see which one that offers 100% coverage for durable medical equipment. This coverage is vital to afford her scleral shells and give her the chance to grow up feeling confident and accepted. My daughter has started middle school this year and is very self-conscious about her condition, as you would imagine, especially worrying about her eyepiece. If it ever falls out, like any preteen, she would feel embarrassed and she really just wants to fit in. I urge you to consider increasing city-paid medical costs to help employees like myself and my daughter and other
Your time
families.
is up.
I urge you to please consider affordable health care for our employees' families. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martin S., followed by Amir A.
Hello, my name is Martin Sommer. I'm a 30-year property owner here in Palo Alto. I live in Arbitrary. It's a condo complex which is built on airspace above parking lot Q. The reason I'm here is it's time to end parking lot Q being a homeless shelter. And here's what's been going on the last couple of weeks. So routinely 4 to 6 homeless transients sleep overnight in parking lot Q. The same homeless break into our private garage. Last week, my truck was broken into. I called the police. The police came and they said, there's nothing we can do. This is Palo Alto. So yes, fast forward yesterday in Lot Q, an encampment developed with propane tanks, all their goods, etc. I called the police in the morning, nothing was done. I called them in the afternoon and they said, there's nothing we can do. This is Palo Alto. So in my Midwestern response, I said, that's bullshit. And their response was, talk to city council. So that's why I'm here. Oops, hang on a second, sorry. I know a number of you, Ms. Hames, I do not, but I can tell you most of your campaign was about helping the homeless. It is not working, okay? I have a simple request. It's for you to lock down parking lot Q at night, push the homeless out and reopen it in the morning. And I can tell you that 2 out of the 3 doors and gates already lock. All you have to do is put a lock on the 3rd one. I am so fed up with this over the last 30 years that I can tell you, if it isn't cleaned out in the next few weeks and it continues the way it is, I'm going to reach out to Donald Trump personally and ask for federal assistance for the city of Palo Alto. Okay, you may laugh at Trump, but I can tell you 40% of people in California voted for him, and I was one of them. Please take action.
Our next speaker is Amir A., followed by Victor H.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. I humbly stand before you as an electric power engineer for the city, as well as a dedicated public servant who strives to ensure the reliable and efficient delivery of power to the residents that make this city thrive and the businesses that drive our economy. We, the dedicated employees of the city of Palo Alto, are the backbone of the community. We pour our hearts and souls into our work, often going above and beyond the call of duty, ensuring citizens of Palo Alto receive the level of service they deserve. We understand the city faces its own financial constraints. However, we are not asking for charity. We are asking for fairness, for recognition of our value, and for the ability to live with dignity in the city we serve. This is a necessary step to ensure that we can continue to provide for our families, maintain our homes, and contribute meaningfully to this vibrant community. We implore you, the City Council, to see us not just as employees, but as the dedicated public servants who make Palo Alto the exceptional city it is. We believe that investing in our workforce is an investment in the future of this city. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Our next speaker is Victor H., followed by Jose B.
Good evening, council members. I'm just here to let you guys know I support our bargaining team and please consider a fair contract. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jose B., followed by Margie C.
Hi, my name is Jose Barraza. I work for the tree department. And I support my bargaining team. I would like to have a fair contract. And, we work in emergencies day and night. When my father's here, we remove trees from houses, roofs, driveways. And we have to do it because there's somebody important who works on the city hall. And I think we, all of us, we deserve a fair contract. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Margie C., followed by Jonathan E.
My name is Margie Kane, and I've lived in Palo Alto for 33 years and have worked for the city for the last 12. My early career was in the private sector where I made the kind of money that my husband and I could pull together and afford a home here. We felt very fortunate to be able to raise our children here and to live in a beautiful city. When I decided to make a career change 12 years ago, I looked at the city because even though the public sector was not generous with salaries, known to be generous with salaries, it provided amazing benefits. However, those amazing benefits are no longer offered. I'm currently with an HMO, just covering my husband and myself, and my health coverage has doubled from last year to this year. This year, it will come to $5,464. This is more than I net in not one paycheck, but almost just short of two. My daughter's at a tech company with a similar HMO coverage for her and her husband. She pays 1/3 of I do. Her paycheck is $74 a month, mine's $210. And believe me, she makes way, way more money than I do. I know I'm faring better than others here at the city. I have a coworker that will pay $9,750 this year for his HMO for his family. He's the sole breadwinner. He has a baby. He has a wife who's going to nursing school. I believe that this might be more than 15% of his net income. How much sense does this make? From what we're being told, these increases are going to go on year after year. I love my job, my home is here, and I'm winding down in my career. And I'm not going anywhere, but I need to ask you, in what world do you think we will be able to attract and retain young, talented workers? Why would a young person, single or maybe with a family, go to a city that expects them to sacrifice one paycheck, two paychecks, or even three for their family's medical insurance? We are asking the council to strongly encourage the city to help our families with their medical and to continue to make this a desirable place to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan E., followed by Talia S.
I don't know if this will work.
Our next speaker is Talia S., followed by Julianne W.
Good evening, council members. My name is Talia Shuby, and I am a senior at Gunn High School and a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I am speaking today to urge you to set climate change and the natural environment as a priority for 2025. If there has ever been a wake-up call to prioritize climate change, it is the massive, destructive fires in Los Angeles. These fires are what happen if we do not treat climate change as a real and urgent threat. Look at the thousands of people affected, the animals displaced and killed, the infrastructure destroyed. You have the power to help. We have been long aware of the climate crisis and have warned about impacts like these wildfires. If we are going to reach 80 by 30, we must pick up the pace. We are seeing unprecedented natural disasters in our state, and it won't be long before we see them in our city. These consequences of climate change are not a surprise, and they are not the last we will see. But it's not too late to take action. That is why it is critical to set climate change and the natural environment as a priority for 2025 to avoid seeing climate disasters like these in our own backyards. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julianne W.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lawing and council members. I'm Julian Wang from Santa Clara Valley Birdlife, formerly Audubon Society. I'm here to support the proposed dark sky ordinance that will be discussed next month. The two handouts in front of you show three things. First, brighter lighting doesn't mean greater safety. Poorly designed, excessive lighting creates glare and shadows that impair vision and even increase crime. Studies show that smarter lighting, like fully shielded, low-intensity, low-contrast fixtures, enhance safety without these issues. Second, this ordinance is an environmental win. Every year, the U.S. wastes $3.3 billion and emits 21 million tons of carbon dioxide on unnecessary outdoor lighting. Palo Alto can help ensure that we use light only where light is needed, when it is needed, and no more than the minimum needed to save energy. Finally, this ordinance is a chance to restore the beauty of night sky and protect our wildlife and ecosystems impacted by light pollution, as well as human health. The handout provides more information about the safety and energy benefits of this ordinance, and I encourage you to review them. Thank you for your leadership on these important issues.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda. And Mayor, the votes are tabulated for item 1 if the council would like to see
Okay, go
them
ahead.
now. Here on the screen, on the slide in front of you, these are the candidates receiving at least 1 vote. So these are the 13 candidates that will be moving forward to the interview round. And after each name, we've included which council member submitted votes for which candidate.
Okay, great. That concludes that item. We're now on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Any council members? Okay, that gives me the mic. I actually have a few things to comment on this week. First, I just want to comment on committees. As you know, I appointed the standing committees, the two standing committees, but we're waiting till after the retreat to do ad hocs. And so that means I'm sort of stalled on that because we can't make the moves until we know if there are more or fewer ad hocs or whatever. However, there were 3 time critical local committees that went ahead and appointed, and that is the VTA Policy Advisory Committee, and Councilmember Liu's going to take that. The Santa Clara Valley Water District, Councilmember Rectal is taking that, and the Local Policymakers Group. That's a real group of leaders along the entire corridor, and Councilmember Stone is taking that. So the rest will come out after the retreat this weekend. As many of you know, I was at the U.S. Mayor's Conference in D.C. all this week. It's been a very long and packed week. And there are a number of things that happened there. So I want to take a minute tonight to recap that and kind of show you what happens when we go out of town. This conference, which I didn't even know, started in the Depression when the Detroit mayor went to the president and said, we got to lobby the White House and Congress to get some help here. And that's what they did, and that it worked. And the organization was set up to do exactly that, where you can engage with your federal officials and get some work done. And I'm here to tell you that it worked. I set up a meeting with our new representative, Sam Liccardo, and met with him in his very sparse office with no art on the walls yet after a week. And we had a good chat about issues, starting with the $1.25 million that we think he still owes us for our earmark that was left over from Anna issues. And luckily, he looked over at his aide, and his aide said, I worked for Anna, so I know all about it. We're on it. So that's still very tight in the queue. We also talked about regional transportation needs like rail crossing, and I asked for help with housing from the federal level, whatever that could be done there, as well as raise the level of awareness now on housing insurance nationally, but certainly in the state. I also had a meeting with a career DOT official, and I just wanted to report out that her basic message to us for funding is do grants, and don't stop doing grants. The money's there, we're paying it, convince us of your need. And I know we are in front of that with the city, and we've even added a position this year to do even better about getting grants. Stepping up to the Senate, we had both California senators meet with us in a Senate conference room with about 20 mayors from California on issues. Clearly, the fires are top of mind, as is the relief from fires, where, as you know from reading the news, we're getting some pushback from some Republicans. But they also noted that, particularly Padilla, noted that the housing shortage is a nationwide crisis. So there's some optimism there that we can find common ground across the aisle and make some federal moves on housing. And they were both, it turns out, quite motivated to get the federal government involved in fire insurance, which is a departure because that's mostly controlled by the state. So that was pretty encouraging. And then moving on from the Congress and the Senate, up the ladder, we had a surprise visit from President Biden, who appeared at one of our lunches toward the end of his term, for sure, on Saturday. I can tell you that he's just revered among these city mayors because of all he's done with the grants and the process. He pointed out, and I didn't mind that he took this bow, that one key difference between his approach to local government compared to his predecessors was that he funded capital projects for cities directly to cities. Didn't want to go through and have anything left out. He wanted to get it to work right in the cities. And earlier in the conference, Secretary Buttigieg said that there are 70,000 transportation projects now underway just in transportation. So things are happening, and I'm also assured that some of the DOT people and other departments are not going to go away as of today or as of yesterday. Overall, there's a lot of respect for the president, but as you can expect, very high concern among mayors that on the funding front and what's going to happen there. So we'll have to see on that. But it was very productive, and the system is still working to be able to get at our local officials, our federal officials. Shifting, yesterday was a great event at Mitchell for MLK Day and service projects by our youth. It was sponsored by Youth Community Services, who did a heck of a job, and our own Community Services Department and East Palo Alto. I spoke, as did Mayor Baraga from East Palo Alto, and Councilmember Burt and Stone and Vice Mayor Vinker were also there, enjoying the phenomenal energy and talent of our youth and their entertainment. And the whole thing from start to finish was run by youth in the organization. And the kids and the parents just love this event. I had so many come up to me and thank the city for doing the event, and wanted all kinds of photo ops, and they thanked us just for doing YCS itself. So the young people are very motivated by this organization to serve others, and yesterday particularly to honor Martin Luther King Jr. So it was just a phenomenal event. Okay, any other comments? All right, then we will move to the study session. And the study session is on Palo Alto suicide prevention policy and city programs supporting community mental health. We're going to do public comment. We're going to do public comment first tonight. If you want to put your speaker cards into the clerk, we'll take public comment and then we'll turn it over to council. Just a sec.
Our first speaker is Ken H.
We're doing public comment first this time.
I wanted to, okay. I'm Ken Horowitz, so I didn't prepare this. I wanted to wait till I heard from the public presentation. But this is something I'm going to bring up at the retreat as well, since it's regards to mental health. And that is, we have to fund these programs. And funding is a real problem. So what I'm suggesting tonight, and I'll be talking about it more on Saturday, is to direct the Policy and Services Committee to look at a sugar beverage tax. We looked at a soda tax back in 2018, the city did. There's a lot of dangers of soda. Soda is just nothing more than liquid calories. And a simple 20-ounce soda has something like 17 sugar cubes in it. And I have a study here that I brought with me, but I'll share it again on Saturday. It was a study looked at 3,000 Asian Americans, and the consumption of soda in this particular group led to increased depression and anxiety. A lot of dangers in soda, a lot of dangers in sugar. So what I like to suggest, as I mentioned earlier, that the Policy and Services Committee look at a soda tax. Now, Santa Cruz just passed a soda tax in November, and Berkeley made their soda tax permanent in this last election. And the city of Berkeley collects almost close to $5 million every 2 years. $5 million in Berkeley goes to support programs that address mental health and other issues regarding youth. So I'd like you to consider that in your retreat on Saturday and look at a soda tax to deal with mental health. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vic O.
I'm Vic Ojakian. I'm here to speak in support of the policy changes that the Community Services Director has put in. Let me start by saying this, since we're talking about a topic that might be sensitive to some people. People should know that there's a phone number, 988, that's out there. It's more than a call. It has a text and a chat feature for anybody who has, or this doesn't set right with them. I want to compliment Ms. O'Kane for the work that she's done. Having worked with a lot of people in a lot of different cities on suicide prevention policies, and having served in office here, I can say that you're fortunate to have her in this position. She's somebody who cares about this topic and is an asset, I think, not only to you, but to the county and the work that we do in the county. On the policy, some people, I think, have misinterpreted what she's done. First of all, she's following what we wrote in the original policy, which I wrote. That policy says that this policy should be reviewed on an annual basis. That hasn't always happened. So her bringing this forward is, to me, a perfectly understandable action on her part. The policy, really, what she's tried to do is not make it exclusive to any one particular group, to make it inclusive across, in this case, the age span, and also to involve some other individuals and entities in being covered by the policy. If you're not familiar, and you shouldn't necessarily be, this is the same policy we put in place in 14 other cities in Santa Clara County. We're probably the only region in the country that has that pervasive a reach on city suicide prevention policies. If you don't understand, and there's no reason why you should, we have deaths in Palo Alto across the age span. In some years, it's particularly noticeable in older adults. We have put in place an older adult committee in the county suicide prevention program for this very issue. So the fact that she's talking about people across age spans is perfectly acceptable and should be, to me, approved. Now, one other thing that I'll put out there, I think Councilmember Burt was there in 2011 when we trained council members in this chambers and the council appointed officers in a suicide prevention, what's called a gatekeeper program. There's a more updated program right now, and I've talked with county staff about it, and we're willing to train the council again at your, your acceptance. We're willing to train you again in this.
Your time is up.
So let me know if you're interested in that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leaf E.
Good evening. I'm Leif Erickson, a retired Executive Director of Youth Community Service, YCS, from 2004 to 2020, and current President of the Palo Alto University Rotary Club. Rotary is YCS for grown-ups. And I speak tonight as an individual. Thank you for many years of collaboration, mutual support for this suicide prevention work. I appreciate both Vic and Kristen. I'm grateful to the city staff initiative in seeking to update the suicide prevention policy, but disappointed that this has been prepared without engaging the community partners, families, allies, and experts who have grown together in such a mutually respectful and collaborative spirit. In the early days, many of us were initially mired in distrust, fear of being blamed, or participating in blaming others, as well as dealing with our own grief and trauma. And still, until a widespread adoption of the developmental assets framework led us to recognition that we all needed each other to address these shocking challenges more effectively. In the years since, the success that we have had was due in part to our learning to trust each other and work together based on the science and based on the transparent sharing of the facts and the resources. That's why I was disappointed to see the staff revisions to the suicide prevention policy developed and revised in the dark without engaging the rich resource of partners who have learned to work together. Residents, students, parents, survivors, partners, experts, faith community, as well as other government agencies, as well as substance abuse providers, senior centers and services, and many others. I look forward to some sunlight on the development of this update to the policy and encourage the council to identify some procedures in the weeks and months to come. Really, the city has nothing to hide. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter S.
Hello, I'm Peter Stone. I'm the co-chair of Project Safety Net. We wanted to thank the council and the staff for organizing this study session and thank Kristen for the report that she has just issued. Tremendous amount of information, a very compact form factor. So thank you, Kristen. And thank the city as a whole for its longstanding support of Project Safety Net. The board of Project Safety Net is firmly committed to advancing the cause of youth mental health and suicide prevention. We're looking forward to the priority of reactivating our coalition, which is bringing new energy from some of the people that have been involved for a long time, but also new participants in the coalition. Priorities for this year include continuing to advance the means safety agenda, focused primarily on the railroad track, something that Project Safety Net and other coalition members initiated several years ago. Advancements obviously have occurred, but there's still work to do there, as well as crisis communications in the hopefully very rare instances when we have to communicate with the community and provide support in the wake of some tragic event. And I would like to now introduce Pei-Ying Lee, who is our Director of Community Partnerships, to talk a little bit more about some of the specifics of the things we've been doing recently and the things we're intending to do in the near future. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Pei-Ying L.
Hold on. Okay, I guess I need no intro. I'm just kidding. So I'm Pei-Ying. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am currently the Director of Community Partnerships at Project Safety Net. Some of you might know, some of you might be new to Project Safety Net, just to give a bit of grounding, because we really want to highlight that it is such a great thing that we have a study session and an update, and it's a good starting point. But PSN is a coalition that did start 15 years ago with the city, with community partners, with the school district, out of a very crisis-driven time when we had teen deaths by suicide. 15 years later, you know, the collective work of youth mental health prevention and suicide prevention is still very strong. The way we think about this is like when we think about having a plane fly, there's two wings. On one wing is mental health promotion. On the other wing is suicide prevention. And so having a city policy is very important. And I think it gives us a good foundation to springboard off of, especially because we do acknowledge that there has been an evolved landscape. The needs and the desires of a community and teens change. And so a big part of Project Safety Net's work in the past years has been focused on a variety of initiatives, working with the community, knowing that teen voices and community input and engagement and collaboration are very, very important. Some of the initiatives that we've worked on has been teen mental health first aid. We trained the Palo Alto youth, some teens in the Palo Alto Youth Council and Teen Advisory Board in making sure that they learn, understand, and respond to mental health challenges and substance use challenges. We've also worked on supporting in times of crisis communications, especially if there are inquiries or questions around teen deaths by suicide. And the biggest thing that you probably have heard from the public comments from Peter is we are really focused on rebuilding a coalition and making sure that community partners who are working in mental health and youth development, our young people across the community, parents, survivors, you all are involved in making sure you are on the same page. We can move forward together on amplifying the current work that people are doing already for mental health and suicide prevention. And yeah, the preview for our year ahead in Project Safety Net is we have a steering committee, we have an equity work group that are working on things to guide community impact, to guide the direction of the current needs of the community around mental health and suicide prevention. And I hope that policy and our work can parallel and align, because what we found is that coordination and collaboration in the past years are incredibly valuable. So thank you very much. I just want to share a bit more about Project Safety Net. So thanks.
Our next speaker is Shawnee.
Thank you, Mayor Lowing, council members, Jenny Kleinhaus. I'm speaking for myself tonight. Mental health has a lot of aspects, and the social and the expressive part of it is a lot of what the policies work on, communication, support, all that is really important. I just wanted to say that also important, and potentially you can introduce it somehow, is the impacts of exposure to nature, of being in nature, of seeing leaves flutter and birds sing. We all know that that's really important to mental health in youth and in everybody, really. Children do better at school, youth do better at school, and adults do better at jobs when they have nature around. And this may be why Google has such, you can see butterflies everywhere, monarchs everywhere on their campus. They connect that to the success of their employees. So that's something to think about. The other thing, and I'll just go back to light pollution, there's pretty clear evidence that people should be exposed to light during the day, but not during the night. And that light at night, outdoor light at night even, causes a lot of disruption in the circadian rhythms and therefore hormonal disruptions, which are connected to anxiety, depression, and other issues that could potentially bring suicide. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. That concludes public comment, and we'll go to staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Lowing, and good evening, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. Tonight, as you know, I'm going to be presenting on the updated suicide prevention policy, and wanted to share some current initiatives and upcoming initiatives that the city has planned for supporting mental health within the community. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this policy, as stated here, is to affirm the city's ongoing commitment to the awareness of suicide as a public health concern, to promote community collaboration, destigmatize mental health care and concerns, and support suicide prevention strategies. Next slide. So why do we need a city suicide prevention policy? It really demonstrates that the city as a whole, from the highest level, is committed to supporting mental health and wellness efforts of everyone in the community. This would be through community collaboration and partnerships, elevating the conversation about mental health. For example, if community members hear that the council is speaking about mental health and the importance of mental health care, that it becomes more common to be able to feel comfortable having those conversations. It also provides support to mental health and suicide prevention efforts and strategies. In addition, it provides a framework for staff to follow to support mental health and wellness in the community and prevent suicides. As you heard Mr. Ojakian state, the previous policy was to be revisited every year and updated every year if necessary. We're hoping that this updated framework will provide more accountability to us as staff to keep the policy updated and renewed. Next slide, please. So the way the framework is laid out in the policy is really based on promoting and strategies and resources through coordination with our community partners. So this would be for residents and residents of all ages, city employees, as well as city facilities. So residents of all ages, the way we accomplish this is through collaboration with the county and other mental health partners in the community, sharing information and resources, making those easily available to everyone to be able to access. And in doing so, we would probably what we would do, not probably, but would do, is maintain a list of resources on the city website for easy, and like I said, easily accessible, not in a place where someone has to go several layers to find that list of resources. City employees. So this is not something that was in the previous policy, but we do think it's really important. Do city employees have the tools to be able to identify if a colleague or a community member is in need of mental health support, is experiencing a mental health crisis? And if you are able to be aware of that, how can we provide resources to those individuals so they can get the help that they need? We would do this, and we've already started this through trainings, citywide communications, and maintaining a list of resources available to all employees. City facilities, we do this already, but this really just memorializes it in this policy, is to maintain public safety protocols at our facilities. So ensuring that restricted areas are indeed restricted, that there's protocols in place, proper chain of custody within our different facilities. Next slide, please. So, oh, I'm sorry, can you go back one slide? A previous slide, I was supposed to stop and I forgot to do so. Could you go back one more? Okay, so here I wanted to pause and invite two additional, two of my colleagues to the podium to talk about the importance of providing mental health and wellness resources to our workforce. So I would like to invite Chief Blackshire and Chief Binder to come up.
Good evening, Mayor Lowen and council members. Gio Blackshire, Fire Chief of the Palo Alto Fire Department. First, I'd like to thank Director O'Kane for taking the lead on this very serious issue that's directly related to public safety of community and workers. Like you, I'm very proud of the work that the Palo Alto Fire Department does to protect this community. And but that protection comes at a cost. It's increased levels of occupational stress that can lead to depression, anxiety, PTSD, and in some cases, suicidal ideations. Repeated exposure to traumatic scenes such as car accidents, cardiac arrests, drownings, and in some cases, homicides or suicide even, is just accumulation of stress overload experiencing this. As I spoke to some of the firefighters that are currently in Southern California protecting the communities out there, they did speak of the physical stress that they're dealing with, but what impacted them most was the stress that they're dealing with, that they're seeing in that environment, not only what the damage that the fire did, but the people that come back to their homes or what were their homes and just standing there trying to consume and wrap their heads around what they're dealing with. And it does take a toll on our firefighters. They also suffer from long shifts. They suffer or may suffer from physical and mental exhaustion. And believe it or not, there is also a stigma associated with getting help for suicidal tendencies. Unfortunately, there's no government agency that requires, or there's no requirement for government agencies to report these type of deaths. But the National Firefighter Falling Foundation, they state that, on that, there's about 100 firefighters that die in the line of duty each year, sometimes right above, sometimes right below. But from the numbers they have, that number of suicidal firefighters that commit suicide exceed that number. So they are more likely to die from suicide than they are in the line of duty. And because it's not reported, that number may even double the amount. But what is important is that we continue to provide a high level of services in this community. And by doing that, we have to promote a culture of self-care. We have to make resources accessible to our employees here. and employee have to have access to suicide prevention. And so that's just my brief take on from a fire chief's perspective on the importance of this policy. And next, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Chief Bender.
Good evening, Mayor Lau, Council. Andrew Bender, Police Chief. You know, I stand before you, I have a uniform on, I have a badge. Chief Blackshire has a uniform, a badge. You know, in the police world, we call this command presence. It's meant to convey a lot of things. I wrote down a couple: strength, safety, authority. But as Chief Blackshire just spoke to, public safety is not immune to mental health issues. And while we're employees, we're also members of this community and how we serve and show up day in and day out. And by nature of our job, police officers face extreme physical and emotional stress, trauma, and that also, much like our brothers and sisters in the fire service, leads to high rates of PTSD, stress, depression, anxiety, and potentially suicide. And I want to just take this moment to share a personal experience. I just landed at Palo Alto PD back in 2015, and a couple months in, I was wandering the halls, and then Chief Burns caught me and said, "Hey, Andrew, what are you thinking?" And I said, "Chief?" He said, "What are your thoughts? You've been here a couple months." I thought about it for a second, and I said two things, Chief. One, it amazed me that the Palo Alto Police Department had not been involved in an officer-involved shooting in 15 years. But the second was that from what I had known and gathered, that there hadn't been a suicide at the Palo Alto PD, and knock on wood, I can say 10 years later, that's still the case. And that's important to me because, as I've shared, I spent my first 18 years in law enforcement, and 4 brother officers that I shared the locker room with gave their lives in the line of duty, but twice that amount in those 18 years committed suicide and took their lives. I can think of an officer who, the day before he committed suicide, I spent time with him in the elevator, just him and I, so often wondering, did I miss something? Was there something I could have done? Was he trying to reach out to me? And those are the effects for those of us in public safety and in this community that we live with suicide. And so I'm grateful that we're having this conversation today. I echo Chief Blackshire's thanks to Director O'Kane for her work on this. And I'll just share one more note. I received what I'll call a timely email from PORAC today, Police Officers Research Association of California, announcing the release of their latest research brief. It's titled Law Enforcement Health and Wellness Supporting Officers Who Put Our Safety Above Their Own. And I'll talk about just really quickly 3 key points, 3 key findings. 1, 83% of officers report mental health struggles. 2, suicide rates among officers are nearly 3 times higher than line of duty deaths. And 3, officers experiencing burnout are 117% more likely to have suicidal thoughts. So this, for many reasons, is why it's so important that we have these conversations. And while these statistics are sobering, I do want to close with some good news. And that is, as the policy states, suicide is preventable, and everyone can play a role in suicide prevention. And as I look at my role as chief, I wear so many hats, but one of those is reducing the stigma of our officers and public safety members and all of those in the city to reduce that stigma of asking for help, improve the resilience of our people, and ensure that our officers are equipped to handle the demands of our profession while safeguarding their well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. To both chiefs, I'm just going to share. I have a personal connection to this topic, so I'm being triggered a little bit. So I'm going to turn it over to City
Take a
Manager
moment.
Shikata to chime
Sure.
in, and then
Yeah,
I'll finish up.
absolutely. Let me, thank you, Kristen. Happy to provide some additional comments. Really appreciate the opportunity with the City Council to give some airtime to this topic. Also to perhaps provide a little bit of context that might be helpful to address some of the concerns that have been raised or perhaps are in your minds. First off, as has been noted, this is really an expansion and an evolution of the policy that was previously adopted back in 2010. And appreciate the work that has been done really as enabling our next steps, moving into the future, recognizing the breadth of responsibility that we are discussing. Where perhaps previously we were focused on a specific demographic, we're now acknowledging the importance of this throughout our community broadly, and that includes the city community. Given the level of specificity that is reflected in the policy that's before you, we thought it was most appropriate because it's specific to individual departments that have responsibilities and follow-up and ongoing work, that we thought it was appropriate to set this up as a city manager and city administration a document that we would be sharing with the council to reflect that level of accountability. We also wanted to, as has been discussed, really normalize our ability to have conversations on this difficult topic. It has certainly been intended to be inclusive, and again, a broadening of topics previously covered, reflecting the evolution of our work in this area, and certainly not intended to be excluding or in any way oversight of the important work that has been done for teens and continues to be done specific to teens in the Palo Alto community. Again, not exclusive, and also notably, it was never and is not our intent that this is tied to funding of either certainly external organizations. So don't want to suggest any connection there that may have been assumed. With that, what we have before you reflects our next steps within existing resources, and certainly invite, as the council's discussion proceeds, reflecting your interest in perhaps additional work that could be done and certainly could be pursued within the context of your overall priorities as well as our resources available as an organization. So with that, that completes my comments. Director O'Kane, back to you.
Sure, thank you. And thanks for stepping in. If we could go 2 slides ahead. I just wanted to share some mental health initiatives and just wanted to make a side comment that the goal is to never cry when you're presenting to City Council. That's like a career goal. But bear with me. So I just wanted to share. So mental health first aid training. This was provided thanks to a grant to both community members and city employees. And the goal here is to provide people with the resources they need to identify if someone needs mental health support, whether that be a colleague, a family member, a community member. For example, we have a lot of public-facing employees in our city, from the libraries, from community centers, development services. We want to make sure that our employees are able to respond appropriately if they see someone who might be experiencing a crisis or just may need support. So the mental health first aid training that we provided aimed to do that. We trained 50 staff and almost 140 community members in mental health first aid training. So we're very pleased with the outcome of that, hoping to continue some additional training in the future to both community members and our staff. Community events, and this also includes events that we do at the Teen Center. So our community events are really multi-generational. So we did the Beyond the Books event back in October at Mitchell Community Center. And then we are planning the career-focused event in spring. And this is an event we've talked about before at City Schools Committee. It's an event that exposes teens to paths beyond a technology career or beyond going to medical school. But what else exists, and how else can you be successful in life that may not fit in the status quo, but that brings you joy and brings you success in life? So that's an event that we're planning. We'll provide the date once we have that narrowed down. At our teen center, we're open Monday through Fridays after school, but we're also open on Friday evenings. And this is the Friday evenings is really just a place for teens to come together and have a safe place to be. We also do different themes. So we might have self-care, I think it's Wednesdays, self-care Wednesdays at the teen center, where we have yoga in the park, or we do mindfulness. And same with Friday nights at the teen center, where we have other, older or younger adults present who can also provide support and to the teens, which leads me to my next one. Well, I'm going to skip one since I'm on this topic. Partnership with Palo Alto University. So one thing we wanted to do was really bring more into the teen center and for our teens in a way that isn't super direct, but provides them a place where they might be getting mental health support and maybe not even realize it. But so Palo Alto University is doing several things for us. And one of those is providing programs, and we're starting in the teen center. So they will be, again, mindfulness. They will be different types of, I'm trying to think of the word, but I'm drawing a blank, but it's just being able to provide that level of support to teens to teach them how to deal with certain issues, to deal with crises, to deal with stress. So that includes doing some trainings for teens. It includes doing trainings for our staff who work directly with youth, including our coaches of our middle school athletic program. So they will all have a training by Palo Alto University. And then we will also be doing sessions for parents as well and for teens themselves. So I'm really excited about that partnership. Thank you to Councilmember Stone for introducing us to them. It's really been a great program. They're also going to help us establish some safe places for LGBTQ plus youth to help us sort of ideate how we might provide spaces for youth in the community who identify as LGBTQ, because we just don't have them, we realized. So that will be an important aspect of that as well. And then we do have our Palo Alto Link rides for teens, which are free. And these are for teens to be able to access places that aren't school. Maybe it's the theater, maybe it's a library, maybe it's Alcove, maybe it's YCS. One thing we learned in talking with Alcove and our teens is transportation can really be a barrier to them accessing these important programs. And one might think, well, a theater, you're not providing mental health support there, but to some kids, the theater being engaged is their mental health support. That's where they connect with something that they're really passionate about and love. That's not academic. And then finally, I wanted to mention the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, or PERT, that is in the police department. And what this does is when it's fully staffed, it pairs a police officer who has received specialized training with a licensed mental health clinician to provide rapid intervention to someone who is experiencing a mental health crisis. So that's a program that we currently don't have the licensed mental health clinician on board. However, the police officer does have that crisis intervention training, so is able to address situations at a higher level than someone who hasn't had the training. So this is just sort of a snapshot of the initiatives we do. But again, I do feel like so much that we do in the city supports the mental health of our youth and adults, whether that be through city programs or our community partners. So everything from Project Safety Net to Youth Community Service, even Avenidas for our senior population. There's so much happening in this community that supports mental health, and we can always do more. So as we continue to work with our community partners and have conversations with our residents, we will continue to promote and support mental health through offering different programs and initiatives. So I think that was it. Last slide. Yep. And I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Sobering topic and one that we should spend time on. All right, let's go to comments from the dais. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I would really like to express appreciation to Director O'Kane and former Mayor Ojakian for first bringing this forward. It's an update that we've needed for some time, and the initiative that they've taken to bring this forward is greatly appreciated. And I also want to acknowledge really the additional value of two major elements of this policy. One is the addition of a focus on our staff, which we have a more direct administrative relationship with and really responsibility for their well-being. And as was noted, a particularly strong need to recognize the exposure that our public safety officers go through as an intrinsic part of their service to our community. I also want to appreciate the broadening of the scope beyond our previous policy that was primarily focused on our youth. So I think all those are very positive dimensions. I want to lay out a few recommendations on where we go from here. So first, the 2010 policy was a city council policy. The council spent a good deal of time, and even greater amount of time was spent by our community partners in developing the programs that led to the policy, primarily through Project Safety Net, that brought together an incredible breadth of organizations and community volunteers, all working on the various aspects of this program. And it was instigated because of the crisis that we had in our community through a teen suicide cluster. And we actually have had essentially 3 such clusters. This, for many of us in the community, is quite personal. It not only did 2 of those clusters coincide with terms I had as mayor, and which accentuated, as both a council member and a mayor, the strong sense of responsibility toward this issue. But beyond that, prior to this year, we had out of teen suicides in our community, not merely those that occurred on the track, 3 children of personal friends who were lost as a result of suicide. And in the last 2 months, 2 additional children of personal friends. So I share that and haven't previously, just to emphasize how close it affects us as a community and as leaders in the community, our sense of responsibility. So as I look through the policy, one, as I mentioned, this had been a city council policy. The city council is responsible for policy. And in the good intention to broaden this policy to include not only additional demographics and age groups, but entirely appropriate and important additions on our own city staff, it then got adopted as a staff adopted policy. And so I think what we need to do is take this good work and now this year work on having it a policy that really goes out and leverages the incredible expertise and commitment of our community partners on this to look at how we can strengthen it even more. And one of the things about the way we have restructured this to add focus on other demographics and on the staff, we ended up omitting what had been really the genesis of this. And I think it's entirely valuable that we have, that Director O'Kane and Vic Ojakian have broadened this program and policy, and I'm appreciative of that. But in doing so, that we didn't add it in the way it's written, not the way it's intended. We didn't add those dimensions to what was the foundation of the prior policy. It's written in a way that sounds like it supersedes them. And I know that's not the intention, as Director O'Kane laid out in the staff report and the programs that she described that are oriented to our teens. That's not what's happening, and that's not the intention. That's just what I think could be improved on the way the policy is written. And then tonight also, we're asked to merely review the policy of what was a staff adopted policy. This is something we as council own policies. And so going forward, I think we want to bring this back and figure out how to proceed best. I'll also note that the report and the policy, both staff report and policy, linked to the county policy. As I went to that, the county really hasn't updated that in 15 years. And it's a strong policy. I don't think a lot of needs to be changed in terms of the content, but the data is that old. And current data and trends really matter. As Councilmember Stone had pointed out the last year, we've had a real national increase in the mental health crisis of youth, in part because of the disruptions of COVID. And so we really need updated data in those regards. We also, I'll make what I think is a really important note, that when we've had the crisis in teen suicide, we've primarily thought of it as suicides that occurred in our community by our youth attending our schools. But there is a major dimension, and that we aren't capturing the data, which is that a strong proportion of the impacts of our teen suicide clusters have appeared to be related to graduates of our public schools who then have taken their own lives after they've left our community in the few years after that. And we don't capture that in our data. It doesn't happen in our community, but there are certainly intimations that somehow those two things are related, and certainly very important on us reflecting on the impacts that those are having. Mayor, I say I've already gone over my time. How would you like me to?
You want to hold and we'll see the other comments and then come back?
Certainly.
Okay. Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, thank you. I'll continue. I think where Councilmember Burt left off. First, I appreciate Councilmember Burt sharing those personal anecdotes, and I'm sorry for the loss that your friends have experienced, and I know that deeply impacts you. And one of the horrific kind of impacts of suicide that it not just impacts the family, but really does impact as well everyone who knew the person and the community as well. I know Palo Alto, we have been mourning for decades now these issues of not only teen suicides, but other suicides. And completely agree with that last point that Councilmember Burt was making, that the data doesn't properly collect, especially I think suicides in the early 20s or when people leave school. One of my closest friends went to Palo Alto High School with me, took his life a couple of years after graduating from Pali, and and I know that would never have been recorded as well as a teen suicide. And so I know this policy continues to I appreciate the breadth of making sure that we are watching out for all age groups. Want to make sure that we don't forget the importance of youth mental health and continue to keep that work up, because I think a lot of the suicides that we continue to have in the community is a carryover of trauma and other issues from the teen years that oftentimes kind of ideate maybe a little later. So I know we're continuing doing that work, and I do want to also appreciate Director O'Kane, not only for this policy update, bringing this forward, but also the incredible partnership that you provided me and the city last year working on a lot of these issues. I think there is so much to be able to celebrate of what we've been able to accomplish. Oftentimes Palo Alto gets knocked for the Palo Alto process. How we were able to move last year on a lot of these youth mental health initiatives is pretty incredible. I hope is a model for other communities and a real testament to your leadership as well, being able to drive so much of this forward. I think a lot of this, as you know, being on the Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing Task Force, we're also identified on that task force as critical needs too. And I think one of the greatest successes of that task force too is the president of Palo Alto University personally reaching out to me and saying, thank you to the city of Palo Alto for leading on this issue. How can we help? And so I appreciate you and your office being very open to that invitation, working with them and getting something in place that I think is going to be really beneficial. And looking, I know this is just the beginning of that relationship, so excited to kind of see how that continues to evolve in the future. A couple of other questions. So I like how we now have a focus on safe storage at city facilities of dangerous materials like weapons and chemicals. I'd like to see those extend those requirements beyond city facilities, and kind of wondering what protections are currently in place beyond city facilities. I remember, I think in the last couple of years, we passed safe gun storage laws. Do we have similar ordinances in place for businesses or safe chemical storage in homes? And also just kind of curious too, in a broader sense, about safe storage for city facilities. How much of a risk is that for people who are well trained on those type of materials? I'm curious. I'm not well aware.
Well, those are all really great questions. I you're correct, we do have the safe storage of firearms ordinance. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any other ordinances related to safe storage of other materials. I do believe those would be likely regulated by maybe the county or another organization. We can certainly look into that. I'm just not aware of anything right now. And then how much is a risk? I'm not sure, actually. I think the city does already a good job of ensuring we have chain of custody protocols and policies in place. For example, you know, we have medications at the animal shelter. We have chemicals stored in a lot of places throughout the city facilities. And I think we've have a good handle on ensuring our chain of custody and storage procedures are well managed. That's definitely something that we will do a check on as this policy is implemented to ensure that we are meeting those expectations.
Great, thank you. And then one more. So I think the improvement in our hours and services at Mitchell Park Teen Center, great. The opening of the North Palo Alto Teen Center sometime this year, really exciting as well. And big support of our teen centers. I think that is a critical need. I know the task force identified that as a critical need. I would love to see too, though, a greater focus on us creating more third spaces where teens are going to naturally want to hang out that is not designated as a teen space. I mean, when I was growing up in Palo Alto, we had the bowling alley and we had other, you know, there are other fun places for young people to just be able to hang out. And so I think just as we look forward, and this is, I think, just a goal for all city departments as well, is how do we, when we're looking towards kind of future zoning and growth and turning the city into kind of what we want for future generations, I do think we need to be a little more intentional in creating those kind of entertainment zones or locations for young people to be able to find that third space, because there will always be young people and teenagers who will say, I'm not going to that space because that is a space that adults have created for teens. And I know we can't, of course, control that. And I think a big part of making these teen centers work for all teens is exactly what you were talking about earlier with getting Palo Alto University kind of helping us and working with the teens to be able to develop that, and then getting YCS involved in designing the North Palo Alto Teen Center and actually making sure that we have teens really driving that is going to be really critical to be able to do that right. And I know you know that. I know you're already working on that. So I think just a nice balance of making sure we have the teen centers and facilities, but also then just for all of us as we continue to grow, finding ways to be able to create more third spaces of just natural spots where young people are going to want to spend their time. And out of time, so I'll stop there, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to commend Director O'Kane for bringing this forward. We absolutely have to normalize the conversation. I appreciate the chiefs sharing what you did about how the stress and pressure of service historically leads to depression, anxiety, PTSD, suicidal ideation, and suicide among your ranks professionally. It's clear that many of us in this room, whether staff, community members, council members, past and present, can relate to the pain of being in crisis or having a loved one, friend, or colleague who finds themselves considering taking their life or succeeding in doing so. As so many have alluded to tonight, I will add myself to the list of families that have been impacted by suicidal ideation and suicide. So I'm really glad we're talking about this, and thank you for making that possible, Director O'Kane. I really appreciate that the mental health of our city staff needs, deserves, and demands attention. And I really appreciate the city manager and Director O'Kane for making this a priority. As I was going through the staff report and then the attachment, I found myself taking out my pencil and just adding a fifth item to the list of priorities, the framework. And the fifth item was going to be about city children or youth. And I just started writing something out and thought I would share it with the clerk. And then I got to the end and I realized, oh, wait a minute, I did not read closely enough. This is a done deal. This is something that has come up with, it's been signed. It is something for us to simply receive and review. We're not in the process of kind of co-creating this as it's been presented to us. And so I found myself thinking, okay, this is clearly an important next step. We absolutely had to center the needs of city employees. Really, to me, as I reflect on it, the policy is describing what the city as a manager of humans who work for the city needs to care about. There are others in here beyond city employees, but it doesn't feel like a policy addressing the city's obligation and plans regarding all of its residents. And I hope we will, move in that direction, even as we extol the validity of what work has been done to date on this policy. I think if we are going to be updating our policy with regard to the city entirely, residents, adults, children, employees, all humans who are here, we want a stakeholder conversation that encompasses more folks than we were in conversation with this time around, not to take anything away from former Mayor Ojekian, but simply to say that in addition, I think we've got to consult our nonprofit partners and clinicians and educators and youth. I wonder if what we're looking at should be called the city employee suicide prevention policy and really put it in that bucket and then focus on also updating what it is we plan to offer or commit to citywide. I do appreciate that there was a bullet in your presentation, Director O'Kane, where you had the various communities that we're wanting to focus on. And we said residents of all ages, residents, parenthesis, of all ages, close parenthesis. And it feels to me that since all of this came about in 2010 in response to terrible tragedies in our teen community, if we don't list youth, it feels to me as if we may be perceived as if we're not facing it if we don't mention it. We don't want to be perceived that way. We are facing it. We care deeply about that. And I just think it's pretty important to mention our youth. And I would love to see some numbers, assuming we carry this forward and do more. I'd love to see some data on 2010 versus 2025 and the years in between with regard to the number of suicide attempts on the part of youth and on the part of adults. In other words, who are we today vis-a-vis this crisis? We have a sense of the national picture, but where is our own city? And what do we think is making a difference if there's a positive trend, and what are we concerned about? What do we really want to focus on if there hasn't been improvement? And then finally, I feel that means restriction and upstream efforts are important components that aren't in this policy, but that I hope we will continue to bring into our conversation about suicide prevention. Our colleague Shashank Joshi from Stanford has just been a part of a set of authors that have issued a new report on means restriction. It just came out at the end of last year. And I found it illuminating to read, and I think we'd all be interested in it. And then, the upstream efforts, the things well before anybody's ever, in need of a resource, in need of extra TLC, extra care, what are the things we're doing well upstream, as Councilmember Stone spoke of. The third place is, what are we doing to create opportunities for people of all ages, youth and adults in our community to be well? It's sort of like you go to your doctor, when you're having a heart attack, but you can also go and engage in wellness activities that mean you'll never be in a situation of remotely having a heart attack. And I think we care about it at all ends of the spectrum. So with gratitude for bringing it, I certainly am looking forward to additional conversation about this subject. And I think this narrow issue of this whom this policy applies to that's before us is something, I'm interested in my colleagues' thought on that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Thank you. I have many similar thoughts to those that my colleagues have already expressed, but I also want to thank you, Director O'Kane, and Mr. Ojakian and others who helped bring this forward, for working on this tough topic. A big thank you to our community partners like Project Safety Net and YCS for the work that they do every day. And I would say thank you, even though it's hard, but I want to instead say, especially when it's hard. I think we've all been touched by suicide in personal ways. I certainly have been too, starting with losing a friend while I was in high school. So I'm also glad to see this expanded beyond youth to all ages, and to employees, especially our police and firefighters. And I want to thank the chiefs for coming and sharing with us what they see every day. And I'm also pleased to see the policy augmented. We need to do this updated set of things. But I was also going to say many of the things that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames just mentioned about, we need to do the means restrictions. We need to be thoughtful about messaging. We need to do a lot of the things that we see in the policy and more. But I also want to focus back on youth for just a minute. Again, Project Safety Net, YCS, so happy for their work. And also resources like Alcove. We are incredibly fortunate that that is based and physically located right here in our community. It's this county service that, people come from all over. People come from the East Bay. People come from south of here. And we just have to go over to Middlefield Road. Well, actually, not we, because what I was about to say is listening to Councilmember Stone talk about how youth often don't want to go to an adult-created space. That's the perfect example, because Alcove was designed and the way it's decorated inside is all youth and teen designed. So I think iterating that type of thing would be super helpful. But also, I want to echo what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames said, because we can't, and I'm glad that we don't, wait until we need crisis management. Youth suicides are a symptom of a larger mental health problem, and we need to avoid having a large set of students or a big community of our residents, adults who are in a state where they are at a high risk of suicide. We really do need these upstream mental health services. And in anticipation of this study session tonight, I actually spoke with my younger daughter. She is not an expert, of course, but she is a 2020 Palo Alto High School graduate, and she went on to study psychobiology at UCLA, where she did behavioral neuroscience research, and she worked with the UCLA Center for the Developing Adolescent. And so she made me aware of a related point that I'd like to share that sometimes gets lost in discussions of youth mental health and teen suicide. And that is that adolescence is too often framed as a problematic, inherently bad time in life, as some kind of problem to be fixed. And we really need to change that narrative. In reality, it can be a very positive, powerful time of growth. And we shouldn't be forcing youth to adulthood too early. We should be reframing negative things about adolescence and instead celebrate the positive things about it to promote their well-being. And so, as an example of that, she pointed me to a TED Ed site that was just launched, I think last month, by the UCLA Center for the Developing Adolescent and the Bezos Foundation, called The Science of Adolescence: understanding and celebrating the potential of the connecting brain. And it starts off by saying, the adolescent brain is spectacular. Between roughly the ages of 10 and 25, key connections are forming within the brain, between ideas and between people. Understanding how this connecting brain works can help us facilitate positive development and make healthier decisions, enabling us to take advantage of the remarkable potential of these formative years. And the site has all kinds of resources that promote good mental health, and I'm happy to share the link with anyone who has trouble finding it. So again, I'm delighted that we do have resources in our community to help promote good mental health for teens and for our broader community. And I just want to end by saying thank you to all for this rich conversation on this important and challenging topic. It's important that we talk about it. It's important that we act. So thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Firstly, thank you, Director O'Kane. Thank you, Chief Blacksher. Thank you, Chief Binder. Thank you to all the staff and community. And I can't personally express my gratitude or express the importance of this issue enough. Firstly, I do appreciate the more inclusive policy and the concise language. I think that is directionally correct, and I'm excited about more programs and more clarity about our policy. I do agree with Councilmember Burt. I think the council and the community have to play an ongoing role in strengthening our policies and programs over time. I agree with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames that we should also assure the community that we are not losing focus or resources on youth problems. I do have a couple of specific comments and questions, so I'd be curious to hear your reactions here as well. As we implement this policy, will we get updated metrics about suicide trends in Palo Alto, suicide attempt trends potentially, both the city and county level?
We haven't discussed that. It's certainly something we could consider and discuss with our public safety team. So we haven't really discussed how we would bring that back.
Okay. Yeah, I hear a couple of comments, I think, on this dais about wanting more data about the interventions we provide or the overall trends. And I think while I understand that data may be sparse, probably not statistically significant for, strictly goaling on reductions or anything like that, just getting a sense of which communities we need to outreach to and how to think about the problem, I think would be helped with data. And I'd be really curious how council can help get more of that data to the public, whether there's any funding or staffing or other challenges that we can unblock there. I think I also have a more general question about how council can best help. I think with this policy, there aren't, I think, specific requests for resources or other plans laid out here. And as a newcomer to council, I would like to understand if you have more programs you would want to do or more staffing or what you need. I would love the chance to get that in front of us so we can better understand how to help. And one other comment, I'd be interested in seeing how we can better use technology to deliver care that may be too specific for a policy intervention or a specific policy right now. But in my experience, my personal experience using these services and my experience with my employer, delivering telehealth therapy interventions has been a seemingly order of magnitude shift in the amount of care that we can provide, in the friction and difficulties of accessing care are sort of vastly reduced, and whether we can offer or whether we do or can offer telehealth community to both telehealth therapy to both the community and staff, I think that'd also be something I'd be curious about. So those are my initial questions and comments, and I really appreciate your work here.
Thank you. And I can touch on your last comment related to like online therapy. So city employees are offered that. There's an app where you can get the online therapy. It's great because I could just send that link to my kids and say, this is available to you and you don't have to tell me, but you know, it's just here. So it's available for staff and their families. The state has has promoted free online apps for youth. So there's two, there's one for kids, I think under 13 and one for kids 13 to 25. And we've shared that at the teen center, just so kids are aware that it exists. And then as part of Palo Alto University, so they have a clinic, an in-person clinic, and they also have an e-clinic. It is referral based, but they do provide a low-cost therapy, and residents can certainly use that with the referral. So that's a great opportunity, especially as we hear, you know, that the cost of mental health care can be expensive or not even attainable, that having them in the community could really be a benefit as well. So we can help promote that also.
Yeah. Thank you. And of course, the dream is to have something that's self-referral, that's immediately accessible to anyone who needs help, where they can actually talk with a therapist. I realize that that is challenging in terms of funding and other issues, but potentially a pilot or just one of the other interventions with technology that we could consider for future policies.
Councilmember Rectal.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very good. Yeah, as you mentioned, mental health still has a stigma. Right? If people have a sore knee, they mention to their friends, they have no problem going to physical therapy. Mental issues, they won't tell anyone and they won't get help, which is really a shame. We have programs like the teen centers and Alcova, really, really important. But because people make those walls, and it's not necessarily a building they will come. You know, that one-on-one contact is really crucial. And I lost a friend in college to suicide. And afterwards, we found out that he had mentioned something to someone. And we have to convince people to be brave enough to be a pest, to really put yourself out there and convince your friend to get help. And that's really hard to do. People don't want to stick their neck out, but they have to understand that afterwards, you're going to wish you had. So, yeah, thank you.
I can't add anything substantive to what we've all said tonight without being very repetitive, other than just lots of thanks to the staff. It was just such a cooperative effort. And it's just such a crucial subject, you know, when we talk about financing, you know, if there's something urgent on financing, we got to figure it out. But I know it's not that simple. There's too many nuances in how this thing gets together. So, you know, with lots of almost pain thinking about this, I salute my staff for summarizing in a really fine way what we're trying to address here as a city. And I think we should find a way to circle this back at some point in time that works for staff. You know, we do have one committee called Policy and Services. That's a possibility, and we have this year, you know, Councilmember Stone on that, who has quite a lot of experience, and our chair, and also Councilmember Liu. So that's an option, but we can figure that one out. I actually have a few quantitative questions that I don't feel like asking you right now, so I'll just send you a note about that. But the one thing I wanted to ask is, when you talk about the programs and services are available from partner organizations, my question is when do we activate those? Not who they are. That's up for you to decide who we would add and so on. But are we using them in the right way? And is that something that, we should document in a schematic so people who are reaching out know how to reach out to, or, we know the basic structure? It's sort of a future question, not something I don't expect you to add tonight, but answer tonight. But obviously just having a list of possible helpers doesn't work. You got to know who to call when and who's first, second, third. So you probably have some of that already, but perhaps as a future agenda item, we could talk about how that works and who gets activated and so on.
Sure, we can certainly do that. And that is, one of the functions of Project Safety Net as well is really that community convener and collaborator. But yes, we can certainly continue that conversation.
Okay. If there are no other final comments, we'll just, oh, sorry, I didn't see that light. Councilmember Burt, sorry.
Thank you. Just trying to be concise on wrapping up some things. So first, procedurally, because this came to us tonight to receive the report, we've provided a lot of substantive feedback, but we can't direct action in a study session. This is something that we could, on Saturday at the retreat, provide some direction. And I suggest that we don't need to go into this depth of conversation there, but it could be a referral to Policy and Services Committee. In 2010, it went from the community partners into the council, then to the Policy and Services Committee, and then back to the council. So the role of the council and the council committees was active, but frankly, the strength of that came from our community partners and real experts that we have here, including Vic Ojakian and the balance of what was essentially the executive team of Project Safety Net. And then I do want to note that the 2010 policy was actually titled Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Promotion. And we lost the mental health promotion in the title, even though the substance of the policy still embraces it. I think it if anything, I would lead with mental health promotion and suicide prevention, to lead with the upstream, by no means diminishing the crisis intervention and the means restriction, but as a more positive approach. I'd also note that we have two of our four guiding framework points are internally focused within our organization. Those are good additions, but we have 67,000 residents, 100,000 workers in our community. And so we want to make sure that we continue to look at all those dimensions in proportion to what are really the risks, which goes to Councilmember Liu's question about how do we base what we're doing on data and metrics. But I will add that the data alone requires a qualitative really framing to it. The data shows that elderly have high suicide rates. But I think we all, almost uniformly, emotionally, we attribute a different response to elderly who are at the end of the life, our state has legalized a suicide assistance, basically. For people who are terminally ill, end of life, we all know that circumstance is different. And that's not all the elderly suicides by any means, but it is a significant portion of that dimension. And how that compares to a suicide of a youth or a child, or a mother going through postpartum depression. Those are intuitively more tragic to us. And I don't think that's just a misguided emotion. I think it reflects something about the loss of that person's life and potential. And so somehow there's a layer of not only the data but a qualitative interpretation of that data and how we assign our priorities. We have under city facilities, we list firearms, medications, and chemicals. And frankly, those are things that I assume that we've been doing and that we will continue to do, but they're a given as just simply good practices. I don't think that they warrant elevation of kind of a fourth of our focus. But what Councilmember Stone spoke about of how do we expand that into community-wide protections, that's a good theme. Then on top of that, it's not just city facilities and those means, that's what those are. We've had public facilities that have been means for fatalities. And most of all the tracks, but not exclusively so. So we should think of public facilities, the things that we have more direct control over. And I will add that our partner at Caltrain has gone from 15 years ago being not the full partner that we would have wished to an extremely strong partner in this and expanding the programs, including looking at how to build off of what were really state-of-the-art leading technologies on track detection and prevention of intrusion when we adopted them in 2016 to now a next generation of advancements in those technologies. And Caltrain has now adopted an initiative for corridor-wide best practices in safety and security. And we're just beginning to expand that implementation, but some of that on the safety side is already occurring at some of our intersections to avoid inadvertent accidents. The next step is deliberate intrusions. And I just want to also note that when we first began this process in 2009, our school system had not made the commitment that they have today toward these initiatives. And as they went from not having that focus to having a strong focus, the relationship of shared efforts with the city in a way diminished because they felt that they were really devoting resources and attention to this. But I think this is one of the things that we want to continue to strive for, which is a deep collaboration with all of our schools, public and private, because that's so much of how the touch points occur and the additional resources that are there. And then lastly, I just want to say again, the community partners that have been part of Project Safety Net are so exceptional in their commitment and their expertise, and to really make sure we're leveraging those resources. Because one of the things that was core that we recognized when we began this process is there is no way we have the city staff resources to be able to tackle this in the way we would hope. But with the community partners, we really do. And so to make that absolutely fundamental on an ongoing basis, like so many of the things, it's the same thing with emergency preparedness. We have incredibly capable emergency preparedness, public safety staff and others, and utilities and others. But we have to leverage resources. There's no way that we can hire enough people as city staff to do everything we would like to do. And the good news is we do have those resources. So thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. And thank you all for your feedback, but also for sharing your personal stories and experiences on this difficult topic. So I appreciate that.
Mr. Shikata, we now move to city manager comments.
Actually, I think we need your consent calendar first.
I was trying to move this along, but
Well,
I turned over my page the wrong way, sorry. Yeah, consent is now, and we'll take public comment on that.
you know, well, I'm not sure this is out of sequence, but I did want to note for public's awareness that we have received indication of interest from council members in pulling item number 7. So certainly defer to the actual steps taken by the council, but if that is useful for community awareness, then that may help with their comments.
Thank you for that. Let's go ahead.
Our first speaker is Ken H.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Ken Horowitz. I'm with the Health Advisory Commission for the county. And I'd like to concur with a letter that's in your packet from a resident. I think this contract is unnecessary. The county's been studying turf, synthetic versus natural grass. And to spend $232,985 is just duplicating what other counties and cities are doing. So I don't know what the city manager was requesting, but I would hope that you would not go forward with this contract. And as a general rule, and I made this comment regarding the Concordia contract as well. I think the city spends too much time and too much money on consultants. And if I hear one thing that I hear from residents is how much money we spend in the so-called Palo Alto process. And so I would love to see the Policy and Services Committee look at all the consulting contracts that we've signed off in the last 2 to 3 years to see, how much money we're spending for consultants. But this one is totally unnecessary. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that concludes public comment. We'll bring it to the dais and comments from council members on those that they want to pull or vote no. Councilmember Burt.
I would like to pull item 7.
I will join in point number 7. Vice Mayor Baker.
I would also like to pull item 7.
Any other comments? Okay, so that is pulled.
Yes, Mayor, happy to follow up on that. Staff will schedule that for a future council meeting, not to be heard tonight.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Clerk, ready to take the roll?
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you very much. And now we'd really like to have the city manager's comments.
Thank you, Mayor. And with that, I'll try to be brief here. So with the assistance of the city clerk, I have a few items of note to share with the community. Super. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next slide. Let's see. First, I want to provide a quick update on both our deployment and resources in response to community interest to provide support to those impacted by the Los Angeles region fires. First off, noting again, just appreciation to our fire department personnel that have been deployed and all first responders directly on scene in the Los Angeles metro area. Would just like to share a quick update that our staff is continuing their deployment under mutual aid agreement. We are sending a relief crew to take the place of the initial crew that was deployed, in addition to our fire medic that is providing ongoing service on front lines. Do also want to share for a community awareness, and if you were not aware, that part of the way we make this work is that when a team is sent in mutual aid, that our firefighters in this case here provide overtime at our local fire stations in Palo Alto to ensure that they're able to provide the staffing necessary to continue providing protection both for fire and medical emergencies here in town. So thanks to those who remain in Palo Alto and are continuing to provide service here, in addition to those that are being deployed to the areas impacted. Also want to share that our communication staff has compiled a list of resources that are available for community members that are interested in making donations, volunteering, and the like. All of this is provided on our webpage shown here, cityofpaloalto.org/support. Next slide, please. All right, and then again, moving to the more regular city business, want to call attention to those that are interested in the ongoing Creek Stream Corridor Ordinance that we will have a community meeting scheduled coming up on February 6th, 6 to 8 p.m. in the community meeting room here at City Hall, as well as hybrid, so that those cannot make it in person can attend this session. This has been a project long in the works and one that I'm pleased to continue community engagement on. Next slide, please. Then also a few upcoming dates of note: that our children's library will be closed temporarily for upgrades interior to the facility, including new carpet and paint, as well as installation of an automated materials handling system, which is already in place in some of our other branches. Then finally on February 8th from 3 to 5 p.m., there'll be a celebration of the 10-year anniversary of the Rinconada Library renovations. A number of programs, events scheduled for that afternoon, really with both of these events reflecting the ongoing investment that the Palo Alto community has made into our community facilities, libraries in particular here. Really, again, in the case of Rinconada, 10 years later, just calling attention and appreciation to that investment and the improvements that have been made in our city facilities on an ongoing basis over many decades. Next slide, please. Then following your earlier discussion for the Planning and Transportation Commission, not to lose any momentum, where is the next recruitments for our Architectural Review Board, Human Relations Commission, and Utility Advisory Commissions that have now kicked off. The deadline to apply is February 26th. So certainly want to encourage community members that are interested in any of these areas of engagement, high-level engagement, and participation to take a look at and really submit their applications for these commissions. Next slide, please. And finally, noting some upcoming dates, we have quite a bit of movement as we're looking forward to upcoming council agendas. So just to quickly review your priority setting retreat scheduled for this Saturday. Then really the following meeting will be on February 3rd. Where you have a couple of study sessions on Cal Avenue improvements ongoing, as well as this is a follow-up to prior council discussions, the plan or a discussion of plans for 2025 special events. These are the city-produced events in the upcoming calendar year or this calendar year. Then an action item. This is a follow-up to prior conversations as well with the council on AB 2097 parking requirements related to new development. Again, that's on February 3rd. Looking forward to February 10th, study session on homelessness and homelessness services here in Palo Alto, and action items related to weed abatement and the proposed development at 3265 El Camino Real. February 24th, your mid-year budget review, as well as our current plan for the priority objectives. So this Saturday, you'll be talking about the overall priorities and have an initial discussion of priority objectives with our turnaround expected to come back to the city council on February 24th with the first or next discussion of the objectives and work plans. Then looking forward to March, a number of items here, not comprehensive, but to highlight for you a few of the items planned in the March timeframe: housing element, follow-up actions, 4075 El Camino Way, proposed development, really expansion of existing development, dark sky ordinance, and a joint study session with the Palo Alto Youth Council. Mayor, with that completes my comments, and back to you.
Great, thank you. Any questions to address the city manager? Councilmember Burt?
Yes, just one brief one. The February 3rd study session on Cal Lab, I see it as a study session. I had been under the understanding that we were going to have an upcoming action item potential that would allow us to take action on what is overdue to be able to move forward with permanent parklets, in particular on Cal Ave. But as a study session, we wouldn't be able to do so. Is it possible that we can couple the study session with a subsequent action item on the same evening that would allow us to actually move forward?
Let me discuss that with staff. Take that as a referral. It may make sense for us to turn it from a study session into an action item so that it provides that flexibility for council.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other comments, we're going to take a 15-minute break here on council, and then we'll get back. We're running about 25 minutes late, but we may be able to make up some of that on the next item, he says with optimism. So we'll see you in about 15 minutes. All right, Mahia, can you let Vicky in? There she is. All right, we are back from our break and ready to go on with the next item on our agenda. And this is action item on the adoption of ordinance amending Title 18. There's a lot of things to unpack here, so we'll just shift right over to staff report.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'm joined by Vishnu Krishnan, Senior Planner with our department, making his, I believe, first presentation before the City Council. So
welcome.
You know what to do.
You already know we need you in that department, so here you go.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and residents. Vishnu Krishnan, thank you, John, for introducing me. I'm the Senior Planner, Long Range Planning Division, and I will present to you the proposed changes to the Municipal Code, Titles 18 and 21, to implement the housing element programs. So to give you an overview, the housing element was adopted and certified last year, and there are implementation programs that were council priorities for the year 2024. So these programs have a target completion date of January 31st, 2025. So there's one program, 6.5C. This is the only program with an implementation deadline in June that requires an ordinance update. So we thought it will be beneficial to expedite its implementation with the other programs. Next slide, please. So the first is program 1.5A. It requires permitting multiple family residential uses in Stanford Research Park. This, however, excludes sites that are subject to or impacted by the city's hazardous materials ordinance. Next slide, please. Program 3.6D, the proposed change to the code will limit the number of reviews by Architectural Review Board to 2 meetings. So the current regulations allow for 3 public meetings by ARB unless additional meetings are requested by the applicant. Next slide, please. Program 4.1A will require new development to replace residential units that are being demolished per state law requirements. Next slide, please. Housing element program 6.5 has 5 implementing objectives. The first one is to allow group homes in residential zones as a by right use. The second will allow affordable housing on higher education and religious lands and supportive housing meeting state requirements in zones permitting multifamily and mixed use as a by use right. Next slide, please. The third objective will allow low barrier navigation centers in zones permitting multifamily and mixed uses as a by right use. Next slide, please. The fourth objective will ensure emergency shelters for homeless projects in ROLME districts. And these are going to be reviewed ministerially. Site development standards such as parking requirements and on-site and off-site improvements have been updated per requirements of the state law. Next slide, please. The fifth objective will allow farm worker housing as a permitted use in open space and agricultural conservation zones. This, however, is subject to additional requirements such as number and size of units and occupancy. Next slide, please. Changes have also been made to Title 21 to be less restrictive and allow for urban lot splits. This was a condition of certification when HCD certified our housing element back in August 2024.
Thank you, Vishnu, and I'll just speak to this in the next couple of slides and we'll be done. Just wanted to acknowledge that there may be one or more, there's at least one council member recusal on conflict of interest on this one. So we wanted to segment the action on the ordinance into 2 different parts so that the council can discuss the items related to the zoning changes that affect the Stanford University Research Park, and then allow for the council member to return and participate in the balance of the ordinance action from council. And so to accomplish that, we propose the schedule that's before you. This is, of course, the presentation. We'll hear next about any conflicts of interest or disclosures. We would ask then that the city council receive public comment. And then for those that may need to recuse, that they step down at that time. And then we can focus in on a very discrete part of the ordinance that changes the conditional use permit requirement on Stanford Research Park to a permitted use in our zoning code, with some noted exemptions. And then after the council takes its action on that, we can invite the other council member back and do the same for the balance. Next slide, please. We've broken out on the slide deck the staff recommendation for the first part of that action that I mentioned, and then next slide is the recommendation for the balance of the ordinance. Clerk, next slide, please. Thank you. And that concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Okay, now we have announcements of recusals. Vice Mayor Vinker.
Yes, as always with Stanford Matters, because I provide patent services to the university, legal services, I will recuse myself on the segmented portion of this matter.
Okay, we'll call you back soon.
And Mayor, if I might also add,
yes,
Ed Shikata here. I will also be stepping out of the council's discussion on this segment of the item based upon my wife's employment at Stanford Healthcare.
Okay, thank you.
I see Ed exiting. It looked like on the slide there was something in between that and the actual recusal.
Yes, we can hear public comments now would be the next step. And then we would we'll ask the clerk then to do what she needs to do on the Zoom for Councilmember Vinker.
Okay.
We have no requests to speak and no hands are raised for action item agenda 8.
Okay.
Never mind. Actually, one person just raised their hand in Zoom. One moment.
Well, this would be a 3-minute.
Our first speaker is Scott O.
Hi, Scott O'Neill here. Sorry, I thought I had my full name in the Zoom. Sorry, a little bit of noise on my end here. So, yeah, I was just looking through the proposed change to the code, section 18.40.060 by right housing projects. This is the affordable housing on higher education and religious land section. It does say that for housing development projects utilizing this section in R1, they'll be subject to the development standards for the RM30 zoning district, except that the maximum floor area ratio shall be 1.25. 1.25 is a very low floor area ratio, and I'm concerned that it might defeat the purpose of the amendment to allow housing on these, especially religious sites, which are in some cases housing element sites. And I'm not sure that portion of this package is going far enough. So thank you.
And that concludes public comment on agenda item 8.
Okay. And with that, I will recuse myself.
Thank you. Screen off for Councilmember Vinker. So back to staff. Any other?
Thank you, Mayor. No, at this point, we're happy to answer any questions that the council may have for staff on this item, or you may just deliberate and take action.
On the Stanford part? Is that what we want now?
Yes, thank you. So this is on, I believe, section 2 of the ordinance, and it's, again, dealing with a very discrete change in our zoning code. We have a table that talks about different permitted uses and is identified as a P as a permitted use or a CUP if a conditional use permit is required. And the proposed change is to strike the CUP requirement for housing in the research park and replace it with a P, permitted use. We still retain the CUP provisions for sites that are within a certain proximity of facilities that may contain a hazardous facility materials.
Any council member comments on that? This is clearly intended to make it easier to put up housing in the Stanford area there, consistent with what we promised in the housing element. Okay, Councilmember Burt.
I'm just ready to make a motion on that, if that's
fine.
The appropriate. And Director Late, is with the motion, I don't see the language proposed for it, but is it, would it be to adopt section 2 of the draft ordinance? Is it that simple?
Yes, you could say, and then I would just add with a reference to the Stanford Research Park, because there are elements of section 2 that the whole council will be acting on momentarily.
Section 2 as it relates to the Stanford Research Park. And if we have a second.
We need a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Stone did.
Okay. And I'll just say that I'm enthused about this. I've looked forward to it for a number of years. We began to have discussions with Stanford Research Park and Simon, Hudson Properties as well back in 2021. And then I know that the mayor and council member Stone have had more recent discussions. And when we look at our available land for housing, we have, 700 acres in the research park that is either 0.3 or 0.4 FAR, which is low density development. And that has been the zoning for 70 years, I think. And with the exception of the Mayfield agreement that allowed greater density at certain sites to free up the Mayfield playing space, we've retained that floor area ratio, which means we have low profile buildings. As we are now looking at opportunities for housing in the research park, in particular, initially in the lower research park, up against kind of the greater California Avenue area, the dilemma is that Stanford will be disincentivized to embrace that unless they can replace that office elsewhere in the research park, so that the housing is a bonus and not a subtraction of their valuable office land. We aren't expanding the amount of office land if we increase the floor area ratio that is allowed elsewhere, but it means that other places in the research park, we could have 2 or 3 or maybe even 4-story office buildings to free up land for housing, and to free up land also when we have significant amounts of housing for parkland that will have to go with it, and other kind of public facilities. So I think there's a really important step. One of the things that will be very important is that Stanford act in a real collaborative fashion with us, with real transparency early on what they're envisioning of doing before they come forward with actual proposals. So we are willing to be a constructive partner with them to facilitate this, and we need in return for them to really be open and transparent and collaborative with us. This is an opportunity for a real success, but it will require real partnering between the city and the university. So I look forward to this very important element going forward.
Councilmember Stone.
I've got nothing else to add.
Councilmember comments? Let's proceed to the vote.
All right. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Vinker recused.
Can you find Vice Mayor Baker? Oh, good. All right. He wants to address the rest of the ordinance, the non-standard. Okay, great. Other comments? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two questions. So glad we're formalizing our no net loss housing policy with program 4.1. This is an area I'd like to see us go a little further on, though. I mean, I think ensuring we're not losing housing while replacing it is great, but it doesn't do much for, or really anything, for tenants who are losing their homes and then being potentially displaced from Palo Alto and very likely being priced out of Palo Alto because the homes that are likely being lost are older homes, and older homes are really our most naturally affordable homes in Palo Alto. And I live in a very old apartment complex, and at market rate, it's relatively affordable for an income of two teachers. But if that were to be redeveloped, even if those housing units were to be replaced, I would be certainly priced out. So I'm wondering, do we have the legal ability to be able to require like a right of first refusal to tenants who lived in the original housing, who are now being at least temporarily displaced while that new housing is being constructed?
So we don't have that answer for you at the moment. That is something we can get back to the city council through one of the city manager's channels. It could also be something that we discuss when we get back to you, if in the affirmative, something that we can talk about as a part of our priorities, objectives, and work plan efforts for the upcoming year, if that's something that was gained traction.
Yeah, that's fine. And maybe a further discussion at the housing ad hoc. Also wondering then, related to that, if we are able to do that, would we be able to require that for those returning residents, something along the lines of, because currently under state and local law, there are caps about how much rent can be increased from year to year. Possibilities of that then also applying to these residents if they were to then return to the newly constructed housing.
Yeah, that one I think is going to be properly prohibited under state law, but we could take a look at that.
Yeah, that's my guess, but yeah, if we can look into that. And then just last question. I know in April, a California court ruled that SB 9 doesn't apply to charter cities because it violates the power charter cities have under the California Constitution to be able to manage our municipal affairs. So because SB 9 no longer applies, and I think the Attorney General is appealing that right now, but since it doesn't apply, I mean, how can HCD essentially kind of condition the approval of our housing element on us modifying these SB 9 regulations?
Thanks. That one I can address. So the original Superior Court ruling down in Southern California applied only to the city or cities that were parties to that suit, did not automatically apply to other charter cities. Last I conferred with my colleagues in the South, that item was still on appeal, but essentially the central argument on which the judge relied was reversed by the state legislature last year. So the judge relied on the findings that the state legislature made. There was in his opinion, he found a mismatch between the state legislature's stated purpose for the statute and its effect. And the state legislature adopted new findings that are very broad now, and essentially would mean that ruling would not be made today under the SB 9 as it has been recharacterized by the state legislature.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. With that, I'm definitely happy to support these policy changes. I know the mayor and I worked closely on this along with staff in our housing ad hoc, and I think these changes are going to make a critical difference, and that's being able to meet our current and future housing needs. Of course, there's a lot more that still needs to be done, but this is a really good first step. So thanks to the mayor, thanks to staff, and everyone else who's been an active participant in making this happen.
Other council member comments? Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you. Director Late, I just wanted to ask you to be real clear for the public which of these changes are, and particularly, I think I'm focusing on a number of the alternative housing changes are requirements based upon state legislation versus discretionary decisions. And the reason I ask is that many of these will be constructive in providing opportunities for some of this alternative housing, but there is liable to be community concern in some locations going forward. And I want to make sure that the community understands what discretion the city had and what discretion the city does not have.
And you're referring specifically to, I believe, Housing Program 6.5, the alternative types of housing that were identified.
Yes, I think it's really C, D, E, and F.
Yeah. Right. And these are, to my knowledge, these are all standards that are set forth in state law and are just being codified and implemented as required by HCD through our housing element. They want to make sure that our local ordinance was trued up with state law provisions. And they establish just where they're permitted or making sure that there's not barriers to the establishment of those types of facilities.
Thank you. That was my understanding. And just to get a clarification on 6.5C, which is group homes, does the statute provide for any limitations on the number of occupants per bedroom or per home? Is that constrained?
So we may need a moment to take a look at the limitations on group homes.
Okay. I'll await that. And I'm also, whenever anyone's welcome to make a motion to approve this, but if there aren't more questions, I'd be fine.
So no, there are no limitations as such.
No limitations at all.
It only says the shared areas. It talks about the shared areas, and that is limited to kitchen, dining, and living. And it also includes residential care homes. The point being, each unit has to have a kitchen with at least a hob. That was the only requirement that was provided.
Okay. I think as we go forward, going to want to understand the ramifications of that in the extreme. It doesn't mean that every residential care home that would fall under that would push the boundaries, but without any boundaries, we could see things that are different from what the legislature and we were anticipating.
Yeah. And I think what I'll do is I'll pair a response to that with the prior comment that I had, just so we can give you a more fleshed out response.
Great. And I do want to just make one other comment, which is an appreciation of the staff coming forward this quickly with this whole series of updates, ones that are mandatory and ones that we are doing at our own volition. And I know that Director Late had said throughout the housing element processes, a number of us were anxious, for instance, to go forward with this Stanford Research Park upzoning that staff simply had to get through with the housing element approval before they had the capacity to address these sorts of zoning changes, these plus others that are on the horizon. And I know that we had some of our housing advocates in the community who criticized staff for not doing this first and objected to HCD, that the sequence didn't happen first. But what has been demonstrated here is that that was in fact the full intent of staff to move forward as fast as they could once they were liberated and had the capacity to do so. So thank you for bringing this forward so rapidly.
Councilmember Stone, did you want the honor of making this motion?
I'll move the staff motion.
I'm happy to second it.
I had a quick question.
Oh, sorry.
A follow-up for Councilmember Burt. For the group homes, is there regulation for FAR limits or anything? Is that how we're limiting the number of homes, is by FAR or other characteristics?
Yeah, let me just do a quick check.
So I can provide a partial response. So state law differentiates between group homes that are up to 6 residents and those that are 6 and more. And so homes up to 6 residents are treated as single family homes, while 6 or more residents are not in that category. But they would still be subject to whatever the applicable development standards are.
Okay.
So
very good. Thank you.
Clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you very much to the planning department, not just for tonight, but those last few years. Okay, we're moving on now to item number 9, selection of nonprofit development partner for construction of 100% affordable housing project on city-owned parking lot located at Kipling and Lytton, and direction to prepare for negotiating agreement for staff.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. Again, we have our second item for this evening, and I'd like to introduce Julia Knight. I believe also your first presentation before the City Council. And she's been running point on this project now for several months and is here to present where we are and our recommendation for you this evening. Ms. Knight.
Thank you, Director Late. Good evening, council members and Mayor and Vice Mayor. As Director Late said, my name is Julia Knight. I'm a principal planner in the Long Range Planning Division. And tonight I have the privilege of presenting to you 2 very qualified partners for consideration for a public-private partnership for affordable housing on Lot T, which is at the corner of Kipling and Lytton. Tonight, I'll be taking you through a little bit of the policy and process context. We'll talk about the details of the preliminary partner proposals we've received from Alta Housing and Mid-Penn Housing. We'll talk a little bit about key considerations you may want to mull over during tonight's discussion, and we'll chat about discuss different parking scenarios before providing an overview of our staff recommendation. Following my presentation, you'll have an opportunity to hear from both Mid-Penn Housing and Alta Housing. We have asked them to come tonight to provide an overview of their firms and their approach to this project. Next slide, please. Well, both development teams are very experienced and respected in the Bay Area. Staff is making the recommendation tonight for City Council to direct staff to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Alta Housing and provide preliminary direction to staff on key project details such as parking, unit count and mix, and building height. Next slide, please. As you may recall, Lot T is about 20,000 square feet or approximately a half acre and contains 52 total parking spaces today. Peak occupancy, both pre and post-COVID, hovers around 40% for this lot. And this centrally located site is within a half-mile of Caltrain, as well as a number of other amenities, with an estimated value between $3 and $7 million. Next slide, please. Notably, this corner site is nice and rectangular, making it very attractive for development. It's located 1 block from University Ave, and it's adjacent to a number of historic homes located along Kipling Street. Next slide, please. Advancing this public-private partnership today would help to act on our housing element and regional housing needs assessment goals, specifically to create 290 affordable or workforce housing units on city-owned land in a series of phased projects between now and 2031. The goal is to select a development partner for the first phase that would include at least 50 units. And this builds on a request for information process that took place from 2022 to 2023, in which both Alta Housing and Mid-Penn Housing participated. Then it also builds on a subsequent council priority from 2024, in which council directed staff to seek refined proposals for Lot T specifically. And we again received responses from both Alta Housing and Mid-Penn Housing. So tonight's an important milestone in the project, in that we'll be selecting that development partner to move forward on this project and enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement. And the partner will then develop a project application that the city will review and entitle. So tonight is just the beginning of the next phase. Next slide, please. We received very detailed proposals in October from Mid-Penn Housing and Alta Housing, and held post-submission discussions with both the teams in November of 2024. Each of the proposals looks at 3 different parking scenarios per staff's request, in order to highlight some of the different trade-offs and opportunities presented by pursuing different parking scenarios for this project. Next slide, please. Scenario A asked each of the developers to consider on-site parking for residents only. This recognized residents' parking needs, but might create a requirement for off-site replacement parking for the current public parking in place. Scenario B asked our development partners to consider on-site public parking that is full replacement of the existing 52 spaces, and then additional resident parking as feasible. And this resulted in some concerns around risks that the city would want to consider, because it would be a potentially publicly owned and operated garage or parking facility in context, or mixed in with a nonprofit development. And then scenario C, which was no or very low on-site parking. And this did result in the lowest per unit cost of any of the scenarios, but does have potentially the greatest impact on parking. Next slide, please. As we take a look in just a minute at some of the details of each of the 2 respondents' approaches to these 3 different scenarios, I wanted to share a few metrics with you that you may want to keep in mind to help you evaluate the proposals. These metrics are shown on the left side of this table. On the right is the range of the proposed responses. So you can kind of see the high and low watermark across ultimately 6 different proposals, 3 from each of the 2 developers, for these different areas, and kind of think about what the different trade-offs, cost, benefit, et cetera, might be. And we can come back to this at any time. Next slide. So again, I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview here of each of the scenarios and the developer responses. A, again, was that resident-only on-site parking. B, you don't mind, it was parking primarily for the public, with resident parking as feasible. And C was no or limited parking on site. We can again come back to this at any time. As noted, both developers are very well respected in the area, but we are making a recommendation for Alta Housing at this time based on the minimal gap funding that's being requested in all three scenarios from Alta, as well as Alta's ability to balance our goal to have 50 plus units while still respecting neighborhood scale, and the team's strong focus on overall project feasibility and success. We're seeking further council direction tonight on the parking scenario, unit count and mix, and building height. At this point, I'd like to revisit our recommendation for your consideration. And my colleagues and I will be available to answer any questions following this presentation, and then I remain available via phone and email for anything after this evening. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to our potential development partners to provide an overview of their firms and their approaches to this project. Thank you. Alta's first. Yes. Sorry. Points for enthusiasm.
Mayor Lowing and City Council members, I am joined tonight with other members of the Alta Piatok team, including Randy Suda, our President and CEO, Carlos Castellanos, who's our VP of Real Estate, Ava Koo, who's a Senior Project Manager, and Adrian Steichen from Piatok Architects. We are very proud to be the largest provider of affordable housing in Palo Alto, with over 650 units throughout the city. Palo Alto is our home, and we really understand the community. Alta and Piatok have a long-standing and successful history of collaboration. We share a deep understanding of Palo Alto's unique character and are committed to designing housing that integrates into the existing neighborhood fabric. Our previous projects together, including Oak Court, Treehouse, and Wilton Court, stand as testaments to our ability to foster community trust and support. Our most recent, are we going to show our slides? Oh, okay, so I apologize about that. Can we just go ahead? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. Our most recent collaboration was Wilton Court. During the planning phase of Wilton Court, we initiated a robust community engagement process and actively seeking input from residents and stakeholders. This collaborative approach proved invaluable in shaping the project that resonated with the community's needs and the neighborhood's aspirations. We are eager to replicate this model for a successful project on Lot T, ensuring that the voices and the concerns of Palo Alto residents are heard and integrated into the final design. Lot T's downtown location offers unparalleled, offers unparalleled access to a wide array of amenities and services, all within walking distance. Residents will enjoy convenient access to public transportation, school, shops, restaurants, and 4 other Alta communities with over 250 units. 2 of these communities provide affordable family housing, and 2 provide SROs. As part of Alta's downtown community, Lot T residents will have access to a comprehensive network of support and services. They will be able to take part in any resident services in these neighboring communities that Alta runs. This includes on-site services that are going to be in the building at Lot T, as well as family programs, food delivery services, exercise classes, and regular social gatherings. And you can see on that map where the other 4 projects are in relation to Lot T. So this vibrant ecosystem will foster a sense of belonging and provide opportunities for social interaction and personal growth for the residents. In addition, this year, We are launching a navigation wellness pilot program designed to promote holistic well-being for our residents. This innovative program focuses on several key dimensions of wellness: physical, intellectual, social, vocational, and emotional. And thanks to a generous grant of $750,000 from the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, we are currently hiring additional trained counselors to work with our Palo Alto residents, ensuring that they will receive the support and the guidance that they need to live fulfilling and meaningful lives. We are confident that this project will have a positive and lasting impact on the city and its residents. We thank you for your time and consideration and are here for questions and feedback. Thank you.
And now we'll have a few words from Mid-Penn Housing. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Matt Franklin, the president and CEO of Mid-Penn Housing. I have a number of my colleagues in our design team with me. First of all, I just want to thank you and applaud you for the work you've been doing on this initiative. Putting these underutilized sites to work to meet community needs is exactly what communities should be doing up and down the peninsula. So it's very exciting for us to have been part of this in the study stage, and we're very much appreciate this opportunity. I want to use the time I have just to say a little bit about Mid-Penn, talk about how we do our best work, and then make a few comments about Lot T and the opportunity there. So we were founded 55 years ago by a founding group of board of directors that included Stanford faculty and business leaders here in the Valley. David Packard and Bill Hewlett personally guaranteed the first loan to the organization. Ira D. Hall was our first executive director. He was a engineer at Hewlett Packard, had been student body president during his time as a Stanford student. When he shared with us in our anniversary recently, he was in the class of 66, one of 11 African Americans in the class, student body president, member of the Board of Overseers. We started being part of this local community in the 1990s when my predecessor, Fran Wagstaff, 40-year resident of Palo Alto, worked with parents of adults with developmental disabilities to develop Page Mill Court. And then later that decade in the 90s, worked with the residents of Palo Alto Gardens in the San Antonio neighborhood to preserve that development when it was at risk of converting to market rate. Since then, if we go to the next slide, we've been busy scaling up. So we now work in 12 counties. We have scaled our development very aggressively. We had 1,500 units in 12 different communities under construction last year alone. We have 5,500 apartment homes in our development pipeline. We own and manage 10,000 homes, half of which are in Santa Clara and San Mateo County. This is still the heart of our work, but our development pipeline is throughout these 12 counties. We're busy trying to get the advantages of scale, so we get the very best pricing from the best general contractors, from the best investors, from the best lenders. Since 2020, we have fully financed over 24 communities in this business footprint. So a little bit about how we work. We work best, frankly, in deep partnership with our cities, with the council, with the staff, with the community. And I will confess that these RFP processes where you look at specifics like who chose studio units, who chose one bedrooms, I think is not always the best format for us. These are really big decisions that you're going to make, and they have different implications for the building, for the financing, for the community. And we find that being in dialogue about those trade-offs, about our experience with those trade-offs, is how you get the best development. So whether you choose Alta or us, I encourage you to keep putting the time in on these decisions. The more you put in, the more you're going to get out of this. Let me give you some examples. You know better than anyone, this is an incredible opportunity site. Right downtown, close to transportation. The macro trends that have encouraged you to work hard to intensify the use of these sites are not going to change. We have a massive jobs housing imbalance. We have, this is one of the job centers of the world. You have a wonderful transportation access here, incredible neighborhood amenities, incredible schools. For all those reasons, we do think you need to start to look at the most feasible dense option. Our proposal under scenario A yields 35% more units. That's because this is an incredible option that the conversation ought to start there and it should not end there. We would not have a firm recommendation until we've engaged in deep community engagement, really heard from the residents. We have developments like Kiku Crossing in San Mateo, where we developed on a parking lot just like this, where we were halfway through the community outreach in the process with the council when the state passed the first density law. The council worked with us and decided with us to add 2 floors to what we were planning initially because of that opportunity in consultation with the neighborhood. I can give you examples where we got deeply engaged with the neighborhood and we decreased our proposal. Trying to, so this decision is made best in partnership. A few other examples. The target population is a really important decision. There's all sorts of programs out there targeted to different populations. We chose not to presume one or another in the interest of being in deep engagement with you on the trade-offs. The report identifies a preference for housing the homeless. We do a lot of that work. 40% of the units we're developing in our 5-year plan are targeted to extremely low income and permanently supportive housing for the homeless. We work in 6 different counties. We know how they work. It can be a wonderful thing to do, and it is a big decision. Santa Clara County has a unique approach to this. They will only refer the highest acuity population to you. They will not do any sort of indexing of acuity of need on any of the common scales to share in advance, so you know exactly who you're getting. And recently they started to prohibit interviewing the residents before they came. We're doing a lot of that work in Santa Clara County. It can work, but you need to be ready for it. You need to prepare for it. You need to be in deep discussion with your partners about how to do it well, especially in a downtown location like this. Floor plans. We do have smaller floor plans proposed. We are surveying our 20,000 residents regularly, holding focus groups. We have worked really hard to have floor plans that have maximum benefit for residents in the context of important trade-offs. Cost is one of the biggest factors you're going to run into in your ability to go leverage other sources of financing. Cost basically equates to square footage. So we've deliberately worked to reduce our floor plans in the interest of cost, but still be very livable. There's also important trade-offs. Where does that valuable square footage go? We like to have generous community rooms. We like to have a lot of resident services offices. We invest $14 million annually in resident services. I have 130 FTEs providing services at the properties. That service investment in the right context in the common areas of the building is the critical ingredient to the residents being great neighbors to everyone else downtown. Finally, the gap. There's a lot of confusion on this. We chose to show the whole local gap. It's 10 million, it's cited as 9, I think in the report, but it's 10 million. We showed the whole gap. Job one for us or Alta or anybody else is to go pursue as many other sources as we can to reduce that burden to the city. It is not a request to the city. It is not an estimation of what we think you are going to have to pay, because our job is going to be to go get other sources. But as we sit here today, a lot of those sources are at a low tide. So we chose to show the whole gap, but then, be in dialogue with you about which gaps to go get. The other proposal includes 2 sources as part of the local gap. These are sources that both of us have used on a regular basis in the past, and neither is available as we sit here today. So one is project-based vouchers from the County Housing Authority. The last time the Housing Authority awarded any vouchers was 2021. We were the recipient. I'm hopeful it's going to come back. I don't think it's unreasonable to try to advocate for that. But as we sit here today, they're not available. The other is the enhanced tax credits, which have been zeroed out in the governor's budget proposal. Now, this is just a difference of presentation. Alta housing, Mid-Penn housing, a huge part of our job is pursuing all these different gap sources. But our presentation showed the full gap because these are low and we need to talk about, which ones we go try to get. The two that were chosen to show are reasonable ones that have been used commonly in the past. I hope they come back. The value of the two that were included in the other proposal is about $9 or $10 million. So if you combine that with the 4 at the city, the total local gap in that proposal is about 13 or 14 million. Ours is 10. Our costs are 15% lower per unit. It makes sense we would have a lower gap. If Palo Alto says, look, we got 4 million, we got it today, that's all we're gonna have is 4 million, you gotta go find the sources. We work with that all day long. We've done it with a lot of other cities. So I think there's confusion about this presentation. It's one of the things when we have one discussion, which was a great one. Your staff's been doing great work on this initiative. So let me just conclude by saying I welcome your questions and comments. Again, I applaud everyone for the work you've been doing on this really exciting initiative. One way or another, it's really clear to me that you've got a deep commitment to putting in the work to get more housing done in the community. And I hope that at some point in this work, we get the chance to work together. So thank you.
Okay, that's the presentations. I think we should go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Charlie W.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and staff. Charlie Wydans, Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce and in support of our business community, we are focused on the Council's continued efforts to support retail businesses in Palo Alto and for keeping economic vitality a top priority. The Chamber appreciates being part of the recent stakeholder meetings regarding the University Avenue Streetscape Program and Downtown Housing Program. These efforts are critical to both the revitalization, sustaining the University Avenue retail corridor, and addressing the important need for affordable housing. Overall, we believe there should be a strong cohesiveness between all elements of the downtown area, including the support of retail, housing, and parking initiatives, along with public safety, cleanliness, and transit connectivity. Parking and vehicular access continue to be top priorities of our retail. We are supportive of adding housing downtown. However, this should be accomplished without eliminating current public lots. Please consider. To the extent possible, please be thoughtful in how these initiatives impact retail. Acknowledge and implement a plan that balances housing with parking that supports retail. Retail continues to recover in the post-pandemic era and needs a cohesive plan for the full downtown as soon as possible. Public short-term parking is critical to the success of retail. When public lots are closed and short-term parking is removed, it hurts retail. Please consider other potential properties for housing within walking to downtown and the development of private properties for housing. Even if we account for how new residents in these housing units will support retail, there will be multiple years of construction where there'll be no parking and no residents, which is hard for retail to navigate. Please do everything you can now to support retail in parallel with plans to add housing downtown. With back to office work increasing, we need to consider the need for our current parking lots. A cohesive plan for downtown will help make decisions around balancing the need for housing with parking that is critical for the success of retail. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Armando.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and fellow City Council members. Thank you for this platform this evening. Again, my name is Armando Murillo, and I'm a field representative for the Northern California Carpenters Union at Local 405. And as we gather this evening to discuss the opportunity to develop a 100% affordable housing project on a city-owned parking lot, it's critical that we also consider who we are partnering with to bring this vision to reality. Choosing the right nonprofit partner is more than just about plans and promises. It's about values, responsibility, and ensuring the project truly serves the community now and in the long run. A key factor of this discussion should focus on the construction practices that this partner will be committed to. It is not just about building housing, it's about building responsibly. This means working with a general contractor who pays area standard wages, not just sometimes, but on every project they build. Workers deserve fair pay for their skilled labor. By choosing a responsible general contractor, we can ensure the workers building this, we can ensure that the workers building this affordable housing can also afford to live in it as well. This sends a message that we value our local workforce, our local families, and that our community deserves jobs that will sustain our high cost of living. So as we consider potential nonprofit partners, let's ensure that our choice reflects our shared commitment to affordability, fairness, and equity, not just for the future residents of this development, but for all of the workers who will build it too. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Deborah G.
I'm here tonight for a couple of reasons. One of them is I remember sitting in the council chambers when with the Alta housing people. I didn't know they were there. We were just there coincidentally. When the Mabel housing project 15 years ago was shut down. And we all were just stunned, absolutely stunned that the city of Palo Alto shut down a 70-unit low-income senior housing project in favor of 5 luxury homes. I've never gotten over that. I feel it was the worst thing that has happened in my life in the city that the city council has done. So this project sounds like it should be a slam dunk, and it should be a slam dunk for Alta, in my opinion, because they have such a stellar reputation and they do such a fantastic job. I don't know why you would go with a not known commodity, but I just felt I didn't want to take the chance. Also, in discussing housing is a hot topic in my neighborhood. I'm in Evergreen Park, and the towers make it a constant source of conversation. And in conversation with one of my neighbors, Mabel came up, and I said, yes, I can't look at what the city did. And she said, I wasn't in favor of Mabel. And I'm like, what? And she said, do you know where Alta needs to build housing? I'm like, no, where? She said, on parking lots in downtown Palo Alto. Oh, there you have it. And in fact, this is something I'm hoping the city might consider doing more of. I think it's, they don't want duplexes next door to them, and they sure as heck don't want residential towers. It seems like housing in downtown on parking lots might solve a lot of problems. I know in the discussion of housing that they had last week in Menlo Park, this same topic, that how maintaining all the parking while building the housing was an option. I didn't understand how they did it. As far as choosing partners, there's also a piece of information. I don't know if you're making this decision tonight, but there was a big scandal in Marin County, and I think it was San Rafael. I read the Marin IJ, and there was some big nonprofit housing building corporation that built a big nonprofit housing, it was supposed to be super low income apartments, and the apartments were renting for $3,000 to $3,500 a month. And it was, I don't know if it was MidPen or not. And before you make your decision, I'd like to track down that piece of information, find out what builder it was, what state partner it was that built that housing in Marin County where there was, it was not as advertised. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patty I.
Mayor Lowing, and council members. I am Patty Irish. I live at Channing House on Webster, a residence for 250 seniors living downtown near services and amenities, accessible to many of us walking. We have 185 staff who work 24/7, and some of them drive from Stockton and other distant communities to work each day. A site we are discussing tonight would be housing for such workers, saving hours of commute time, giving workers more time for family and nearby services to enhance the quality of their lives. A few years ago, when Marlene Prendergast was CEO of Palo Alto Housing, now Alta Housing, I was on the board for 10 years. The last project I worked on was Oak Court, 53 units built on the old clinic site within walking distance of downtown. The architecture helps create a community for families near a school, grocery store, library, and everything downtown. A similar benefit would result at the Kipling site, and a project for seniors on another site would also serve an important population needing housing. Please approve and move these projects forward with expediency so more housing can be available soon. Thank you for your consideration of this very important housing for our city.
Our next speaker is Amy A. Good evening, Mayor, Lowing, Council. Amy Ashton, Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward, and we are so proud to support affordable housing downtown. And I'm personally thrilled to say yes in my backyard to a housing project as a very proud downtown resident. So amidst the excitement tonight, and because we wouldn't be a housing advocacy organization if we weren't advocating for more housing, please consider a faster route to approval of more housing at more sites downtown. We need almost 300 units entitled in the next few years under our housing element. There are significant efficiencies to be gained in terms of staff time, parking, amenities, infrastructure. Proceeding even with just initial steps at several sites could yield more housing more quickly. And we know one of the biggest challenges facing downtown businesses from Channing House to Palo Alto Bikes is employee retention. With our help, downtown could be more successful with more housing more quickly. Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott O.
Hi, thank you. I want to call your attention to this item in the broader context of Housing Element Program 1.4 commitments. It's not just important for its own sake, but also because it's a link in a chain of events the city is committed to in subsequent years with a binding timeline. At least 50 units are to be developed in this batch within the next 2 years. Both proposals meet that requirement. The timing is tight, but without delays and appropriate urgency plausible. In addition to those 50 units, there are 240 additional units committed that need to have their RFPs in the rearview mirror by the end of 2026, the end of next year. In the past, I've heard desire from the council to get the first batch done first to inform that next wave. I believe staff is even prohibited from developing the second wave RFPs right now. But you still have to be in a position to issue those RFPs, quote, no later than at 2026, end quote. That implies a brisk pace. This is a binding commitment with a backstop. The city needs to be on track in 2027. If it's not, it needs offsetting capacity for 290 low-income units by adding additional inventory sites. Low-income units are hard. City generally gets them as part of a 4-to-1 mix with market rate units. I'd encourage you to work backwards in your thinking about the urgency, how fast this project needs to move for learnings to be incorporated into those 2026 RFPs for 240 more units. I think this all implies a pace of execution that's unusual for Palo Alto, but not unheard of. I've seen the city move very fast on some housing issues recently. El Camino focus area comes to mind, and I appreciate the timing of this agenda item coming before council. I'd put this in that category of Palo Alto moving faster than it traditionally has. There just isn't much buffer. So I'd encourage you to move in all haste with an eye towards getting both these units approved and also getting the next wave underway. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John S.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm John Shank with Theuts. We've been good neighbors and active owners in downtown Palo Alto for 130 years. We are property owners with many retail tenants. We support efforts to enable more housing to be built in the city. We are, however, gravely concerned by the proposed plan for Lot T development. The desire to build affordable housing is a worthy pursuit. I've personally met with staff over the years to provide input on housing generating actions and am currently a member of the Downtown Housing Committee. Despite previous comments and discussion, the Lot T development is being pursued at the direct expense of our downtown retailers and businesses. These businesses, along with property owners, have voted for, enabled, been assessed, and made the payments every year as agreed upon to acquire, construct, and maintain Lot T and the other public parking lots and garages in the downtown as public parking. It is clear there is a huge misunderstanding in the community. Lot T is part of the Downtown Parking Assessment District. Lot T is not the general public's property. It can be used as a parking facility, or it can only be used as a parking facility. And until the assessment district members were to vote to authorize a change. There's a looming question about this proposal as it relates to who is bearing the cost. The downtown businesses have paid for this property and for the construction already. The well-distributed public parking network throughout the downtown retail district is intentional and critical to their success. Distributed parking is fundamental to retail at its core. Retail is the basis of an enjoyable and desirable and vibrant downtown. We all want this to be the case. Work to improve safety and cleanliness is finally taking hold. Code enforcement of parklets and sidewalk usage would be a good place to start. For you to even be signaling to the retail community that this public parking lot and others are targeted to be demolished is detrimental to retail recovery. The retailers who are located nearby value this lot, and some will suffer significant economic damage if it's taken away. Continuing to remove the most valuable parking, the on-street and the surface slots, is causing true damage. Prospective retailers will not commit to a nearby location when the public parking serving the submarket is slated to be taken by a city council that doesn't seem to listen to retailers other than a few restaurants. Please stop this and use the city's resources wisely on locations where no one suffers so directly. Last, as decades-long owners of a few of the historic structures on Kipling Street, I'm shocked that staff describes a 5 to 7 story structure across what is likely the most narrow street in all of downtown as being able to, quote, fit in the neighborhood. We need to be able to do better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Kay.
Mayor Lowing, Vice Mayor Venker, council members, I think you're in a difficult position tonight, and there's some things that I think you can learn from what you've already heard from the two applicants. I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of Amy Ashton and Scott O'Neill, and I'd like to thank you, the entire council, staff, and the applicants for the cordiality, the constructive nature of the discussion tonight, for your willingness to take this item early in your calendar in 2025. And I'd particularly like to thank the applicants for the way that they talk about one another. I think it's illuminating, and it's great to see this form of cooperation here in Palo Alto. The staff report basically asks you to make two kinds of decisions. The first is to decide to designate one applicant for further negotiations. I'd like to recommend that you choose Alta. I think that its record in the community and its knowledge of the community is without peer. And I think that they're going to do a great job. Wilton Court was a huge success, and I think this project's going to be another great success. At the same time, I think that Mid-Peninsula has really brought forward some important considerations tonight, not least of which is both the discussion of the gap and also the more general point about the economies of scale. I think it's really important that you decide the first issue tonight, but not necessarily the second, and that you proceed to ask both applicants while they're here tonight during the questioning process about whether the financials and the nature of the proposal that they've offered to the city and to the community would change materially if there were other sites downtown that were simultaneously part of this negotiation. I think it's going to be very difficult to get the best for Palo Alto if you're simply trying to build one project on one parking lot at a time and do it iteratively. I think it would make a lot more sense to engage in the type of continuing dialogue with the entire community, including, property owners and members of the parking assessment district, such as what was presented by MidPen. But I think that that procedure could move forward with Alta. Still, I would encourage you to ask both of them if they would be able to sharpen their pencils and perhaps come up with a better proposal that will meet the needs both of retailers and of the community for more affordable housing if there were 2 or perhaps 3 or perhaps 4 sites that were being constructed simultaneously. I would also urge you to postpone your decisions as to the second part of the staff's recommendation. I think you're going to find that an incredibly difficult thing to do tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That was the last speaker. That concludes public comment on this item. What I would suggest is that council do a first round of discussion, questions of staff. And then after that, we perhaps have each of the developers field specific questions that we have for them. And if we find out we don't need to do that, we don't have to do it. But as a stake in the ground, we could try it that way. So I would ask now for any council member comments or questions. Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, I'm looking at slide 12 with the city gap. Can you go into more detail what that includes and what that doesn't include? Is it assuming a certain funding? Is this right?
Yeah. So in general, both of the development respondents have looked at state tax credits and other sources they think they can secure, including debt and things like that. So it's what's left, what they haven't solved for, even considering the land that the city is donating, is what they would turn to the city to ask for support as a soft loan.
Are these apples to apples comparison between Alta and MidPen, or they have different assumptions underlying them?
There are some different assumptions that I think the respondents were actually speaking to a little bit before, so we can definitely invite them up to speak in depth about their assumptions. But essentially what we've heard from both respondents is that right now, a lot of the traditional funding sources that have been available for these kind of projects are a little bit fallow. And so the development teams are making different assumptions about what they think they can and cannot secure right now for outside funding. And that greatly impacts what's kind of left for the city, if that makes sense, to fill the gap.
Understood. It just puts us in a bad situation because we're comparing apples and oranges on the columns. And so it's really hard if the gap doesn't mean the same thing for the 2 rows, then how do we interpret that?
I would consider them apples to apples in that it's what they're willing to commit to at this time. I guess I'm couching it a little bit just because we just heard from one of the applicants that they would consider, their ability to fill the gap more. But in terms of what we were given as a proposal there, I would consider it apples to apples. They were asked to put forward, the most feasible financial scenario. And in these scenarios, they asked for anywhere from $4 to $10 million in gap funding as a soft loan from the city.
Okay. So can you go into detail about, if we pick one of these, is this 4.1 just a guess right now, or 10.1 just a guess, and it may be totally different when we build it, or is it?
I'd say they're very educated guesses, and I'd welcome the partners to come up and speak to it.
Yeah, So I agree with Ms. Knight. I mean, this might be that next round of questioning that the mayor was referring to. These are conceptual plans, and based on that, again, I would agree, an educated best guess on, what's being contemplated. But if you want to ask the respondents, a little bit more specificity. We don't have a matrix that's got a line item for each, piece dialed in, but it's intended to,
what I'm getting at is that if they have two different levels of optimism, then we may be having more risk with one than the other. And
so, I hear you on that. And I guess I would say that it's important maybe to take a step back on it, and it's an order of magnitude almost at this point that we just need to be aware of. We've got other, we don't know the full landscape of the resources that the city could bring to bear, what funding opportunities might be available at the state or other levels.
I know, it's hard.
So it's really
it's always hard. It's even harder now in this current environment. There's so much uncertainty. I agree.
And what we do know is that we've got two great firms that are, very well experienced in this, and it's not the case for us, and I don't know that it ought to be the case for the council to use the gap funding as the sole metric for making a decision on the project.
Okay.
It's a data point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So that addresses one of my questions, although it's still kind of a little bit difficult to reconcile what we heard tonight from Mid-Penn versus what staff and our otherwise understanding is. I was really interested in the parking issue. First, it was fascinating to see that the pre-COVID occupancy level at 42% was barely higher than the 2023 occupancy level of 40%, each being quite low. I don't know, I recall how well noted it was in the presentation, but the council direction has been to not have any net loss in publicly available parking from the various downtown housing developments that we would be pursuing. But I am interested in the locations of parking demand. Do we have a map that we could put up of the different parking lots? And leading to a question that you may not have the answer to at your fingertips, which is, what's the parking occupancy level at the lots nearest to Lot T?
My colleague Nate from the Transportation Department is joining us virtually and may be able to speak to that.
Great. And if we're waiting for Nate to join us, I have another question that maybe you can work on, which is, what is our housing fund balance at this time? Do we know? We just made a contribution to charities.
Right. So we just did the NOFA. Was that on today's consent calendar? So we have, it was 7.5 or right around 7 million, and the NOFA allocated 5 million. So we have about 2 million right now.
Okay. And while we're waiting for Nate, I'll just, is he here? Oh, go ahead.
Hey, good evening. Hi, good evening, City Council and staff. I don't have exact occupancy for right near here. Generally the occupancy is kind of busiest during certain times of day, kind of later in the afternoons, and then also closer to University Avenue and closer to the transit center. So this is a little bit further. The surrounding garages have typically had very good availability, including Capra Webster and the Bryant. That availability is not well known, but we do expect the automated parking guidance project that is coming online soon to help advertise that availability in the nearby garages more widely.
Okay, well, as a follow-up, I think it would be valuable for us to have that data on the pre-COVID and most recent occupancy levels as we move forward on these decisions, because we have one commitment that we're going to assure that we don't have any net loss in public parking downtown. And then second, we want to make sure that, am I speaking accurately here? Okay, the city attorney, is that correct statement on council position?
I don't think there's a formal position on that. Council has an ambitious plan to add parking at Lot D, which is close by. But I think the exact makeup of the publicly available parking and its location is a
I
little
didn't
bit.
say location. I'm saying for the total downtown area, that as we've indicated our intention that we would not have a net loss in the publicly available downtown parking as a result of the various developments that we do on these lots. Where we might lose parking one location, we have intention to provide the net change elsewhere. Is that right?
I'm not recalling exactly a motion, and I know there's a lot of pieces in flux in terms of street parking that's available, parking lots, et cetera.
Yes, good afternoon, members of council. Kyle Ariano, Chief Assistant City Attorney. So I'm not familiar with any document or policy using the term no net loss with respect to our parking. I do know that our housing element states that as the city considers redeveloping surface lots, it shall include, the exact language is, redevelopment shall include replacement public parking and provide 100% affordable housing units.
Okay, so when we say replacement parking, how is that different from what I just characterized in your mind? If we don't have a net loss, we're replacing the parking that we might lose in one lot with another. I construe those to be synonymous. Are you construing something different?
I think the words speak for themselves, but one interpretation could be that you're analyzing updated data around what parking inventory is, and you're making a judgment as to what the appropriate level of replacement parking is, whether that is 1-for-1 or giving up some normal spots, for example, in exchange for EV parking, which take up more space within a lot. I think there's room for some sort of judgment and management of, the individual number of spaces.
All right, then I'll use the slightly less precise term of replacement parking. So either way, in the total downtown, we intend to have replaced the parking. But then we also want to just look at how we're managing the locations to make sure that there's a rough correlation between where there's parking demand and where we provide it going forward. That's what I'm trying to focus on. I guess we don't really have the information tonight to shed light on that because that would help inform decisions on how much parking we would want to have at this particular location. So I'm kind of struggling with making a decision without being able to really have that factor in. I would construe that if this lot is at such a low occupancy, then all likelihood the other lots near it are similarly low. When you have, if you work in a given office downtown, you pick a convenient lot, and it's not going to stand out that one lot is radically different. There may be moderate differences, but not radically different in how users of that lot will choose to park at a given location. So I'm going to assume that that area, the lots in that area, are similar in terms of their demand on those lots, although not identical. Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Baker.
Thank you. I echo Councilmember Rectal in my curiosity about the funding gap. And I'm eager to hear in the next round from the applicants about the calculation of that gap and its components. But I have a perhaps ignorant question in the meantime. So when we talk about this soft loan, I don't understand exactly what that is. I know I saw on packet page 114, Alta requests, they'd say the 4 million in soft financing, which I think is the soft loan, but what is that?
So, not a banker, apologies, but the idea of the soft loan is that the city would provide that money up front and would have some fairly flexible terms for paying it back as the development gets built out and eventually becomes occupied and has rents being paid and things like that.
So it's a loan, but maybe not as formal as we're used to with a financial institution, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a loan with favorable terms so that there's not the added, payments of interest and things of that. And you can think of the money as perhaps coming from the city's affordable housing fund as well.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. And I think you may know this, and I just don't recall it from reviewing the proposals. And if you don't, we'll ask the applicants. But the Carpenters Union public speaker mentioned ensuring fair labor agreements. I assume that's reference to like project labor agreements and such. Were both applicants, did they mention that, or do we know? What did they say about those types of agreements?
Thank you, Councilmember. We actually didn't get to that level of questioning in the RFI, so that could be something that is explored further.
All right, I'll ask them the next round about their practices. And I have another I'll say for that round as well. But let me ask you, we've been talking about doing this one first on this parking lot T. And we've heard, public commenters and others talk about one at a time versus simultaneous. It seems to me there's a staggered option. And I think that's what we intend to do, is not have one, get thoroughly through the process, but far enough along that we could start another perhaps. And could you just speak a little bit out loud? I know the housing element sets out some of this, but what are your thoughts on being able to have staggered or staged negotiations on multiple projects on surface parking lots?
Yeah. So, sorry, I misspoke earlier, Vice Mayor. So yes, we certainly could do that. The intent is to just get something started and initiate the process so that we could get some traction on moving forward on the housing element program that we have. Nothing would preclude the City Council from directing staff to explore other options. I do think there's a couple other policy considerations in play in the near term, at least for us to work through. I believe there's an upcoming action on Lot D, the public parking garage, for council's consideration soon. That I think factors into the discussion that we're talking about. So there's just a few things in flight, and once we have some greater clarity on that, we could certainly take up the issue of further advancing the housing element program. As you noted, it does set forth some timelines and what we need to do and by when, and if we don't, what we need to do in that situation as well.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted, partly for the public's benefit, to raise that, we're starting with this one. We want to get it right. But as soon as staff has bandwidth and is feasible, we get this far enough along, moving on to the next, just seems to make sense, because oftentimes these projects hit some unexpected hurdle or something happens. And so Lot D or others, there's no just sort of arbitrary reason not to move forward with those. So thank you for that, Director Late, and I will hold my other questions for the next round when we can speak to the applicants. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithgott Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to commend Ms. Knight on her first presentation to council. Great job. We try not to be scary, but I also want to thank Ms. Klein from Alta and Mr. Franklin from Mid-Penn. We are so fortunate to have you vying to be our partners in this really important undertaking. And tonight is the first of many, 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 many conversations, all headed in the right direction. My technical question, first of all, I want to thank Vice Mayor Vinker on raising the issue of circling back on the issue of worker compensation, as was raised by a member of the public who's with the Carpenters Union. My technical questions for this round are, Alta is offering larger bedroom units, is skewed toward bigger apartments, and Mid-Penn is offering studio through 3-bedroom. And I'd like to know what the city feels that we most need.
We have, so I guess that's really, I can't answer that for the city. The council could certainly give us the direction. I can point you to some policy documents that we have, including the housing element that's identifies a need for larger family housing as something that's important in the city. We do know that there's various incentives in our code that would, and just development standards as they are with respect to parking and floor area that tend to lean towards studio type of development. So that does tend to get, developed. But there's all forms of housing that I think an argument could be made for. And this development or a collection of developments won't solve that, but move us in the direction. So I think I'll leave it at that and just note that there's many opportunities for the council to decide which avenue it would like to pursue.
Thank you. Similarly, Alta has stated a priority for housing formerly unhoused people, and Mid-Penn has not stated that. The Mid-Penn presentation included an inference that housing such folks requires a greater intentionality about providing the degrees of support that are going to be needed. I'm wondering if the city has articulated a particular preference either way, or if this, like with the prior question, is sort of, it's still up for us to decide.
So I'll just note that both of the responders have been very clear that these are responses to our written requests for information. Both have indicated a strong interest in continuing to work with the city and have noted that the designs that have been, the conceptual designs presented and the number of units, the sizes of those units, everything is still open for dialogue. The intent here is to respond to the city's request so that we can advance the conversation further. So both firms would be able to, in my estimation, respond to any direction that the city would like to proceed in with the type of housing and some of these other sort of interests. And I believe both would be very qualified to engage in that robust public outreach component. I believe Alta hadn't spoken to that because that wasn't part of their program, or I mean, that wasn't, again, these are part of, this is a I can't stress this really enough. We're at a high level in studying this, and there's a lot of details that would need to be addressed.
Thank you, Director Late. My final question in this round is, we're looking at two incredibly qualified potential partners, one of whom is our local hometown partner, done a lot of projects in our city, smaller organization. The other is the big player in the region, done a whole lot more projects, speaks to economies of scale, whereas Alta might speak to, we know the community. Staff report indicates a preference for Alta. Can you help us understand why somebody might choose the bigger out-of-town organization with the opportunity to really operate at scale and bring those per unit costs down and maybe have the better relationships with the financing institutions?
Sure. So one of the biggest benefits of potentially partnering with Mid-Penn Housing is that they are offering the highest density of housing units, and that will bring us all the closer to our RHNA targets and goals. Additionally, they're going to bring learnings in from other communities that they've worked in, and the sheer volume of units they manage, and diversity of populations and things like that. Their portfolio is 10x Alta's and spread across, I think they said 12 counties. And so you're going to get a lot of benefits just from being part of that larger network and understanding how different communities and populations are kind of working together. I think there's also, a lot of benefit if you do think you want to pursue the other phases of this project in quick succession, having a larger organization. If you partner with them the first time and they're able to replicate quickly, it might help you reach your goals faster.
So we really do get to the reliability of the gap number, whether the 4 million is as reliable number as the 10 million. I think we'll get to that in the next round when we can speak to the applicants directly. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thought to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Good question about the right makeup, and exactly this really is a policy decision. Definitely part of my thinking here is, right, the market rate developers do a highly incentivized and mostly produce the smaller units. So here we have a really great opportunity to be able to create more of that, the more family focused housing, which I'm excited that both Alta and Midtown are proposing that exact need. So I think, I don't know if that helps. And then really all my questions have been asked and answered for, at least for staff, except one, I believe, regarding peak parking demand for Lot T. What time of the day have we seen? Did our point in time study show was the peak?
The peak tends to be towards the end of the day. So citywide, hourly parking sort of ends at 5 p.m. And so lots of people take advantage of that in a good way. And they park towards the end of the day and then leave the car there for the evening while they're out to dinner or doing whatever else they might be doing. I did want to add a couple quick numbers in response to Councilmember Burt's question on this topic. And I'll also invite my colleague Nate, who's still on the line, to speak a little bit more to this. But I was able to take a quick look, and it looks like as of 2023, only 45% of the downtown parking spaces that were permitted for garages and lots overall, 45% were occupied. So that kind of indicates that Lot T is pretty consistent with its peer lots, that 45% range is kind of across the board downtown. And then I did also want to share that our sales numbers for the residential parking permits downtown as of, 2 days ago, so pretty recently. Zone 1, which is where Lot T is, we had 87% available for sale. Only 13% of residential parking permits for Zone 1, where Lot T is located, have been sold. Nate, do you want to add anything to that on data?
Yeah, I would just say, the permit sales data is, very specific. So we have both the garage and lot permit sales data, and we have the surrounding RPP zone data. So zone 1 is the closest there. But generally, both of those employee permit sales data are down post-COVID with the shift to remote work and some employers having left. But I think in general, demand is changing. Demand is very dynamic now. It tends to follow the economy. So it is a much more complicated picture than we've had in the past. The occupancy data, we used to do that nearly annually. And those are just kind of a day in time where we would take account at, a couple morning times, a couple afternoon times, and close to the evening time. But those are just kind of a snapshot in time. And we are really looking forward to having more regular data. The APGS project will give us more regular occupancy data in the 4 garages. But we're not likely to have kind of regular, kind of dynamic understanding of the parking occupancy right away. But we are keen on managing our current supply better in the future.
Okay, I have a couple of questions here. First, just a couple of quick definitions from staff. When we talk about stalls, it means parking spaces. We're not talking about any lifts at all, right?
Correct.
And is that because there's not room for lifts?
There could be room for lifts, and we just heard that from the applicants that they didn't prefer that. Especially if we end up wanting to do some replacement parking of public parking, lifts aren't a great option for public parking. They're a little bit more feasible in residential settings. They're just also somewhat expensive. So
what was the last thing you said? They're somewhat what?
Somewhat expensive. And so I think
this is expensive.
Yeah. I think that was one of the things that was probably reflected in the proposals that came forward, is they were trying to provide as affordable parking as possible.
Okay, and there was an estimate in here from one of the developers, I think it was Alta, that the estimated land of that parking is $7 million. Do we agree with that?
So both developers were asked to provide an estimated market value, okay. And we don't have our own independent one, but they varied. But,
okay, so we didn't verify that or do it. Okay, that was one of the quick questions. This is probably more to ask the 2 developers, but yeah, they're both agreeing on the fact that at a bare minimum, multiple places in the staff report, at a bare minimum, we need 0.5 per unit parking for this resident. And they also say on page 101 of the staff, it will be important to take additional measures to reduce on-site resident parking needs and avoid potential impacts, to nearby street parking, which is clearly true for all the reasons that we could list here. So even with 0.5, they're saying there's going to be effectively, quote, spillover. And the downtown ratio right now is 0.8. So you do all that, and I spent a lot of time cozying up to my calculator to get ready for this meeting. And every scenario that you try, which I think there is also stated clearly in the packet, that even B, where you're trying to have some replacement parking, it just doesn't work. The B doesn't work to maintain existing parking, which is, quote, replacement, and to get resident housing. So one of the developers, Alta, came up with 0 more parking spaces, and Eden came up with 10. And we're trying to get to, even at 50%, we need to get 27 or 36 more units on top of the 52 that are there, which is either 80 or 90. It just doesn't work. That's on A. And then on B, it's either 80 or 82 and nothing's added. So even if you got really creative and said, okay, we're just going to take, sorry, but for this project, we're going to take away 50% of the replacement parking, and it's going to be 26 instead of 52 left. That doesn't work either, because then you're down. It just doesn't work. So the admission here is that alternative B doesn't work with respect to some high percentage of replacement parking. So if that's the case and we want to move forward with this, we just have to confront the fact that it's not going to be on site. Just isn't. And then we have to decide how far away it needs to be. And maybe the answer for now is somewhere else downtown, and there's going to be shorter or longer walks. So I'm just trying to get us to all confront reality here because of what the hard decisions that we have to make. So that makes sense to you in terms of my summary on, particularly on B, where we're trying to put some stuff downtown, replacement downtown?
So I think if we're trying to replace the existing public parking spaces and park the development at 0.5 per unit, there's more cost to the project. And it's just, we asked the responders to submit a financially feasible, development. And my guess is that tips the scales pretty significantly out of favor, unless the city were, of course, willing to provide that delta. And that's not been a part of our analysis. That's not to say it couldn't be.
Right. So that's exactly where I came to. And so I think in the next round, I'd like to ask each, what their proposal is. Forget the money for the moment. How would we increase the parking ratio there?
Yeah. But I don't know that 0.5, putting the public parking piece aside, because there is the idea of replacement parking being located at Lot D as a possibility. I don't know that the developments themselves at 0.5 units, parking spaces per unit, depending on the type of unit it is, the family unit versus more of a 1 or 2 bedroom, the population of that unit, all those factors.
Doesn't work.
Well, no, I was going to say there may be a combination of unit sizes and population served that, given the location and proximity to, retail jobs, parks, transit, may not need additional parking beyond that. But other populations and unit sizes would require more parking.
I'm not sure I'm getting that clearly, but we have a data point that says it's 0.8 right now in downtown.
Based on DMV data, I believe.
I think that was 22 data, census data.
Yes, right. I believe that's right.
So what I was just trying to figure out is that, if we took away half of the replacement parking and went as low as 0.5, which or we maybe can't go, it still doesn't get there. And, on page 101, just one more comment, and I'll let you get back on it here. On page 101, where after you guys talked about here about find additional measures to reduce on-site parking needs. When you start talking about bicycles after that doesn't move me, because there's just too many other things that have to get done that, a family with a 3-bedroom house is probably going to have a whole car, not half a car.
I think there's a recognition of that, and that's it'll help for some families. It won't help for all. And there's also, I believe, in that same section, a discussion about transit passes being something. But I hear you. It doesn't solve the problem. It's parts of the solution.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the one of the kids can ride the bike, but the other kid has to go to the doctor. And by the way, one or both of the parents have to go to work, and they can't take the train because they work at a place that's off the train. So we're not going to solve every problem. I understand that, but we're trying to get a little bit closer. So, all right, I'm going to pause there and then address some questions as well. Councilman Recto?
Quick question about the parking counts. So the 42%, that was actually going out and counting vehicles in the lot?
Yes, that's right. That's like a point in time count. On a single day, they go back like 3 different times over the course of the day generally and count the number of stalls filled.
Okay. And how do parking permits work down there? Do you get a dedicated permit for that lot, or just anywhere in the downtown area?
The parking permits generally are by zone.
Okay.
So there are a few different zones within the downtown area.
So I'll interject.
Please.
Yeah, the RPP permits are sold by zone. Those are the on-street and the residential areas. There's only so many employees allowed per residential zone. In the University Avenue Assessment District, X number of permits are available in each of the lots and garages. And then there are a number of permit-only spaces in those lots and garages where permit holders are allowed to park.
And so the permit is good for just T, or is it good for a series of parking lots?
For lot T.
Okay, and do we know how many permits we sold? Because my concern is we've sold out the whole thing and it's at capacity, but because of work from home, people only showing up half the time, and that's why our
So we used to have some lots that sold out. The lot T, I don't have the immediate, we just started a new cycle. I don't believe lot T is sold out, but we will have that double checked for you.
Okay.
And for whatever it's worth, if you go out to lot T, you'll see that about half the spaces are flagged for permit parking and about half for like general hourly parking for the public. I was down there this afternoon and there was actually quite a lot of general public parking, and it was more full on the side with the permit parking, but there were still available permit spaces too. So permit wasn't maxed out either.
Yeah, I'm just worried about if work from home changes and all of a sudden we could see a step. But okay, thank you.
All right, let's tee up the second round where we can address the applicants. So council members can light up, and then we don't have two mics. So I guess you can just share the mic if you want to answer. If each of you wants to answer respective questions. Who would like to go first on that? Councilmember Rectal.
Question about parking. So we're trying to get affordable housing financing, which sometimes has restrictions. And so now if we incorporate public parking in with the residents, does that complicate your ability to get affordable housing financing?
Good evening, everyone. Carlos Castellanos, Alta Housing. And in one of the things that we did in our proposal was to try and, there are so many variables in this exercise of looking at three options. So we wanted to try and keep certain things constant. And one of those things that we were, and also we were instructed through the RFP to not assume that there would be city financing available to replace the local parking, the public parking. So, so therefore we had to then look at what sources that we could find that we know that have been available, say this last year. And from that, we were able to then try and figure out how much can we really go and ask those sources. And yes, to get to the direct answer is, it would impact our ability to just using housing financing sources to get to full replacement of the public parking. So we would have to continue, we would work with the city on looking at some other financing sources, but based on what we know that's been available to date from the housing financing side, that it would impact our ability to finance the development in a reasonably quick time frame if we had to also finance the full replacement of the public parking.
Just to add to that, so one of the developments I showed was Kiku Crossing in City of San Mateo did this exact thing, 2 different surface parking lots. They required that we replace all the parking. So we ended up building, and they wanted to add some public parking. So we actually built a quite big garage on one of the sites. And then we built the 7-story building that you saw where I talked about where we added the 2 floors. And then we also did a similar thing for Union City over by their BART station. It's a big redevelopment area where we parked the building and they wanted some public parking because they had a bunch of new commercial coming in. So a couple of things. If you make as a requirement of the contribution of the land that we do X number of public parking spaces, then it basically just becomes a project cost. And that's how we've treated it. And secondly, it is more complicated to have it, but it's doable. We've done it. What we would do if you replace the public parking is we would condo it. So you might have a floor of parking, say for the public, and a floor for the residents. And so in other words, that's a separate ownership entity. And And so in the case of Union City, the city actually owns that lot. They metered those lots or came up with a pay station. Maybe it wasn't a meter so that they could collect revenue. But we have kind of a joint operating agreement where we still provide the security, we still do some maintenance, and you just have to work that out. And when I say you condo it, it's its own legal space. So we've done this a couple different times. The one thing I would just say on the parking, it wasn't exactly the specific question, but just Mayor, to speak to some of your concerns. The 0.5 for a development of this type, we've done quite a bit of. It's become quite common for us. I believe in this location with the transportation and job opportunities, it is not, and if we do everything right, I do not believe we will have spillover in the surrounding area. So just a few things we would do. We would be very clear in the marketing, who's getting a unit, who's getting a stall and who's not. So remember, we're getting, 1,000, 5,000 applications. We're able to, for better or worse, we would not give a half car to the 3-bedroom unit. They would at least get a car. One of the advantages of having some studios, and if you combine that with significant outreach to your workers downtown, some of your existing residents who maybe can use some of the housing, is that we will be very clear and realistic with people about who's getting a spot and who isn't, and we will be early and often. And they're out there. And then the other thing is we make people register their cars. So when we have a parking garage, we want to know cars people have. We want to make sure it's not visitors' cars coming in. And, and so there, and then the transit passes are really important. The partners here in the valley are amazing. We've had amazing success with really promoting the transit pass early and often. So it's not just the bikes. I'm with you. It is different. I think it probably has been 0.8. If we just took, if we didn't take these measures, you would run some risk of spillover. But the 0.5 is not uncommon for us in a setting like this. 0 is, right? 0 parking we're doing in downtown San Francisco, and that's a much more aggressive posture that starts to really get everybody, get us nervous. But to me, it's the biggest tool we would have is being, early and often and open and honest about what the residents are getting into. And some of them would say, that's not going to work for me. And they'd withdraw then, from the lottery.
Did you have more?
Thank you.
It seemed, as long as you're up there speaking about this, it's a couple of my questions will be added here. It seems like you're reasonably comfortable, if not bullish, you're reasonably comfortable with this shared space for parking, particularly if you do it on a condo basis. And I don't see the other partner here being as excited about that. Is that fair from both of your standpoints?
Well, I think, so if you look at our proposal B had, I think, replacing 32 of the public spaces and still parking the housing at 0.5. So, look, Alta's a phenomenal group, and I do a lot of work with Carlos, with Randy. A lot of this we're going to view pretty similarly, to be honest. I think, it is really, every parking stall is very expensive. There's some good information in the report. The staff spent a lot of time, tracking down, and it comes at the expense of a unit. So it's really a trade-off. I think for us, it's very compelling to me, and it's very common. City of Burlingame, City of San Mateo have been doing similar studies. And so, some of the public discussion about a comprehensive plan, where can we maybe figure out how to get some fee income or some other income to maybe intensify parking, just parking on some of your lots and avoid this, trying to squeeze too much into one site. And so I think we did express a preference for A. I think Alta did too. I think that was in the report. I think we probably, and I don't want to speak for Carlos, but I think we probably think about it a little similarly. It's just like if you know, the idea of working with you, and we'd be happy to informally offer our experience or expertise, looking at all of your sites. And the fact that you're at 40% is kind of remarkable in peak use. So it does say to me, you have an opportunity to kind of consolidate on a few lots. Maybe eventually you have to invest in some vertical parking in a lot or two if it's the right other lot. It does get expensive and complicated to mix the two in one lot. It's not to say it's impossible. We have done it. It can be done.
Yeah, okay. The other question I had is that each of you is quite different in your estimate of what it cost for above ground or below ground parking. Mid-Penn had 55 and 90, and Alta had 80 and 160.
Yeah. So it's really expensive, and it really depends on a lot of variables. Carlos is very knowledgeable on this. I'll let him jump in here.
Yeah, I also wanted to just answer the previous question too, because I'd like to make sure that it's understood that Alta Housing is managing in the downtown right now a mixed residential and commercial parking lot at Oak Court. So we're not shying away from that. I was simply answering that the details in terms of being able to finance that with just affordable housing finances is difficult. And it's just what Matt's mentioned too. I mean, of course, we could ask for more city money, but we didn't have that. That was not one of our intentions in the proposal, but definitely something that could be discussed. I would also add that in terms of the parking, again, this is like a snapshot in time. We went out to a general contractor to get a sense of what the going rate is now. Things could be different in the future, but yeah, so if there's a difference in terms of construction costs, we'll have to say it's maybe the contractor they went to versus the one we went to, and we're not necessarily signing up to any particular contractor. I think it's just a snapshot in time, and that's the one thing that there probably are different assumptions where some things they're higher, some things we're higher, and vice versa. So it really, for me, it's that we were trying to do the comparison across the three different scenarios, and that was the point of for us to give that feedback to the staff and to the council.
Okay, and just if we did another, this is a scenario. This is not. I don't want to be quoted in the paper tomorrow on this, but if we put up, just looking at options, right? So we get our full view. If we put in another whole story of just parking, how many cars would that be on that size of building?
We'd have to go back and work with our architect to see how many more. Like we could go underground, and we, there maybe have like 2 stories above, 1 underground, if that's what you're referring to. We want to go back.
I was just wondering if you did another whole floor, which has got all kinds of problems. I understand that, but how many new cars will we be talking about to see if it's even worth?
It's more or less about 25 or 26 additional spaces on that lot.
Yeah, that's what I was guessing just from. Okay, and
if I could just, so Felix A. Young worked with us on this proposal. He's our VP of Business Development. Just to add a few thoughts on that question. It's a good one.
I'll answer, or I'll address this question in a neutral manner and just talk about the design challenge of replacing the existing parking. And I think this applies to both our proposals, and hopefully the architects back me up on this. But right now you have a surface parking lot that is at its maximum utilization in terms of how it's striped, how it's circulated, you're double loaded. You've used every square inch of that.
Right.
If you imagine putting a building there, having to have a lobby, elevator, ground floor space like garbage and utilities, you're starting to take away that floor, that footprint. So even just on one single story, it's impossible to replace all of the existing parking as it currently exists.
Sure.
And because of the lot dimensions, when you start adding an extra layer, now you need a ramp, and your ramp is going to eat up even more space on both stories. And if you do 3 stories, now you have 2 ramps and an entrance, and you're just basically eating your entire space, and it's going to be very inefficient. And then now I'm going to put back my Penn hat. And in our proposal, I think both scheme A2 and B offer the 2 decks. In B, they're both above ground. in A2, one is semi-subterranean, not all the way underground, to try and leverage, a half ramp in both of those decks. So I think that's about as far, like 2 decks is about as far as we can go because of the size of the site. In contrast, I'll just add, like in the San Mateo case that Matt referenced, where we built this very large garage that's almost 700 stalls, it's the dimensions of that garage is almost perfect in the way it circulates. So the circulation path is double loaded the entire time going up those stories. And we just don't have those conditions here because of the lot dimensions.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councilmember Lithgow Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Castellanos and Mr. Franklin, I have questions for you both, really ranging from the highly quantitative to the highly qualitative. It seems to me, painting with broad strokes, that Alta, you are going to really sort of be in your sweet spot, working with our community that you know so well. You have 4 other projects in proximity. You just did Wilton Court. I'd like to hear from you how, whatever we agreed to, whatever goes forward, the community is going to decide whether this gets built or not. So our relationship with our community, understanding community needs and preferences and fears and dreams, that's going to be critical to getting this over the line. What I want to hear from you is, how are you confident that you're the team that's going to achieve that? Secondarily, I want you to address the weakness on the quantitative side, which is the implication that your financing stack, maybe the numbers, the assumptions you've made about other funders are not as robust, artificially putting our city gap lower than it actually is going to be. And then, Mr. Franklin, I want the reverse from you, please.
Yeah, what we've took a lot of in preparing this proposal, we also looked at how we have this synergy of other properties in the downtown, and we feel that makes our ability to provide services for those future residents to really to hone in on additional services that are already being provided, plus the new ones that we will provide at the development. We will have a resident service coordinator for this particular development, plus they'll have the access of the other 4 properties in the downtown. And so that, I feel that's what we bring. We bring, and as Cheryl Klein mentioned, our COO, that we are also in doing this wellness navigation program that we've embarked on, and these residents will be able to fully take advantage of that opportunity as well. And then on the question about the amount of money, the gap, as it's been called, the amount of money that we're requesting from the city. What we did, again, is I also want to point out that we were very intentional and very transparent in our application in terms of what the other sources would be. And they're sources that have been active as of last year, and one that we're actually currently right now negotiating with the Housing Authority on submitting an application for continuing to get more, or to get project-based vouchers on another property in Mountain View. So we know they're active, stand behind all the capital stack that we put together there. And what we did is we did look at what we thought was a reasonable amount for the city, and also balancing that with what would be competitive at the state sources that we're including in there. We tried to limit the number of sources that we would go to. And we didn't want to say, well, we're also going to go for some source that doesn't exist today. So we kept all the sources to ones that we knew were available. And so what we did is we looked at that across 3 proposals, tried to keep it the same amount, because we figure the city, there's an amount the city would be able to finance this particular project and use that money to go leverage, to go after the state sources. And we felt like the 4.1 million was a good amount that we could get in a short, reasonable time, so that we could start going to the state as soon as possible, as soon as we get all of the entitlements, the design approvals, and be able to continue moving forward with the other financing sources.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin?
Yeah, let me speak to the gap first. So I just want to be really careful here, Councilwoman, because tried to have my words be different than yours. So I do not believe that Alta Housing misrepresented or tried to misrepresent the true city gap. I really think this was just a difference of presentation and some decisions. So let me just take a minute on the gap. The financing system for these deals is crazy complicated. We typically get 6, 7 different sources. They play different roles in the money. This would be far from the first public discussion that's like, far more confusing than it needs to be or should be. So I just want to acknowledge that for everybody right up front. The way I think about this is there's some cornerstones that we all use in every deal. We go get federal tax credits. We have a little bit of a permanent conventional mortgage. There's some anchor state programs that we both assume that are in the order of maybe 15 million. The Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Program, the Multifamily Housing Program. We each chose a little different one, but they're the workhorses of the state. And then there's everything that's left. And that's the really hard part, but it's a small piece of the money. I think we can all agree that whoever you choose, job one is going to be to chase all the other sources to try to make your contribution as little as possible. We honestly, genuinely, when we put these in, don't think of it quite how it's been digested and understood. Like you're on the hook for the 10 million. This is the request. We tried to just show the whole gap. In the current environment, we thought that was a simpler way to come in. And none of this is simple. Alta made a different decision. They chose a reasonable number for the city, as they said, and then they identified other routes that they would pursue to fill the rest of that gap. Either approach is reasonable. We didn't get specific guidance on how to present it. Either one of us has to go chase those sources. It's a huge part of our job. You wouldn't be the first city to say it's all well and good, that's the whole gap, and we could build it tomorrow or the day after we entitle it if we have the whole gap, but we don't have the whole gap. So we got to go figure this out. That's a part of the business. Our experience is that the Housing Authority project-based vouchers are very valuable. They're specifically dedicated to serving the homeless. So with that gap that's assumed, you are making that decision. And then if you decide not to do it, that's not one of the gaps you go after. And there's been a pause in the availability since 2021. Carlos went to the head of the Housing Authority last week. I'm going to go next week. We're all trying to figure out what they're going to do. I think we're very hopeful. We advocate together all the time for financing that could come back. I'm fairly optimistic it will come back at some point. I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to have as a piece, but it was just a difference in presentation, and it does come with doing the homeless work. The enhanced state credits were just zeroed out in the governor's budget. They may come back. They've been a signature program. They're highly competitive. They're very hard to track down. So we chose not to put them in out of the gate, but they're for sure one of the sources we would go chase. So what I'm trying to clarify from where I stand is I don't view the 10 million as a request. I don't view it as be on notice. You got to do the 10 million. But that's the challenge that either one of us has. In our case, it's 10. In their case, I believe it's more like 13 or 14, the value of what they assumed. And this is just part of the work we do. It's a crazy business. We're all the time advocating together to get more of those sources. Sources are going to come back. But right now they're a little fallow. It's just how we chose to present. I'm not, and so it's a difference. And then, I'm sorry, go
Let
ahead.
me just thank you for that explanation and for clarifying. And I certainly did not mean to misrepresent your intent in conveying what you did in the first time. Please move to the community engagement.
Yeah.
I'm well over my time, but I do want to hear what you've got to say on this.
Yeah, absolutely. So the community engagement work is essential. Our team embraces it robustly. Every development we do, we can point to very specific things that are different than whatever we're talking about today, the day we develop it. And it goes back directly to the community engagement. I believe that our team is right there with Alta Housing as far as how well we do this and how much it works in the communities that we work in. I believe that Alta Housing is as good at that work in Mountain View as they are in Palo Alto and all the other communities they work in, because I know both organizations take it very, very seriously. For us, it looks like open houses where we try to get into one-on-one conversations. It's not a traditional presentation because we want everybody talking to us in detail so that we get, we have 20, 30 people at an open house. We have a design place, a parking, another one about property management, resident services. It's all about the one-on-one conversations, multiple ones. We like to double or triple the notice than is typically required to try to get more people to come. Several meetings. We find charrettes in some cases are very helpful, but also just starting with relationship building and hearing from folks. So look, I really admire Alta Housing. I think they do community outreach really well, and I think we do too. I think they're very genuine about how they do it, and we are too.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Councilman Baloo.
Thank you. And I'll try to ask these questions relatively briefly or just try to confirm my understanding. So feel free just to say yes or no if that makes things easier. So my understanding is that Alta and MedPen, like you've both discussed, can pursue the same competitive funding sources with pretty similar effectiveness. So when it comes down to the cost per unit, the main distinguishing factor that I heard was economies of scale. So can you talk more about the assumptions that go into the cost per unit? Like, are there material economies of scale here, or are there also some different assumptions baked in about finishes or outdoor space or common areas or other programming that that we should think about when we think about the per unit cost?
Yeah, I'd like to just start in terms of when we put this together. This was a very conceptual plan, and so what we did is we based it on what we're hearing about and it escalated those numbers to future numbers. So we weren't looking at today's cost, we're looking into the future. And it goes all the way from what we assumed for interest rates as well as for other operating costs and other both soft costs and hard costs, the construction costs. And so we feel that we have access to the same financial institutions and we work with them and we stay in contact with them. That's how we get our sense of what the escalation is currently, and also looking at this with the general contractors as well, how like what's going on in the market. So I feel that both of us do that equally well. And so it's just a matter of, we made some assumptions. We definitely would want to work with the city and with the community and with council and look at those assumptions and see how we can do that to move the project and move the development through as quickly as possible. And if we want to go up 2 stories, we definitely would consider doing that. We did have kind of a baseline of what we were assuming, and so that's how we came up with the numbers. I feel we both can equally provide the same type of product for you and at similar costs.
So just in addition to the economies, the cost containment strategy and investment in expertise and help to develop that strategy is a huge part of our work. We have our own building guidelines that we develop through a council of architects and general contractors, a big diversity of those that we work with. It's a little bit of the price of entry of working with us. We're revising those all the time. We have in-house design and construction expertise that can afford to sort of be tracking on the latest by way of materials and finishes. How do you maintain high quality, but with better sustainability and durability and lower cost? It's a huge part of the work right now. I mean, if you look, our costs are 15% lower. And I would guess you're still shocked by these costs. Most of the public is. So this is a big deal. It's something we're investing a lot of money in, developing the right processes and systems where we get third-party reviews, where we're, we have worked on, this, as far as the unit sizes, there's 2 things we're talking about. One is how many bedrooms, but I'm saying our 2-bedroom compared to I think other 2-bedrooms are a little smaller because we've worked really hard to get them to work really well for the residents, to be a great space, but to be cheaper, because it is a huge part of the work. And it's been a big investment for us. But, we've got a problem in the Bay Area, right? We've got a problem in terms of the public looking at this work and seeing close to $1 million affordable unit. This is a really important part of the work.
Thank you. Just some quick things to confirm. So my understanding is that based on state rules, both developers will pay prevailing wages on labor, correct?
Yeah, for the most part, the sources come with that, but I think it's probably true. I'll let Carlos speak for him, but we pay prevailing wage on everything. And we're big supporters of AB 2011, I believe it was, which was the Carpenter's state proposal to require prevailing wage for all affordable and to have some standards around some of the benefits. So we're early adopters of that position.
I would agree that we also we pay state prevailing wages, as well as working closely with the Carpenters Union. We tend to work very closely on our developments with them, and they've been great partners on the developments that we've done. And also wanted to add on the issue of unit size, that if you look at the summaries, actually our average unit sizes tend to be smaller, except for A. And the reason was because on A, we purposely wanted, what we feel is that for our residents, we're looking at family housing here and really wanted to provide dignified housing. We tried to stay away from the studios and go to 1-bedrooms. We actually had no studios in that particular, and the other ones we do have some studios, but we tend to emphasize more 1-bedrooms. So in terms of the unit size, you'll see that shift where we have a higher average unit size for option A.
Mayor, should I try to squeeze in a couple more questions, or should I? Okay. I just want to explicitly confirm my understanding of the rapid rehousing vouchers. So those are available at 30%. Alta's assuming that we will use those vouchers, and those vouchers will then put Alta's proposal in a better position in terms of generating revenue. The one flip side is that by using those vouchers, the county would decide how to allocate those units. So the trade-off is that the county has the allocation, the financials are better, and that's a sort of decision we could make also later in the process, right? If we wanted Mid-Penn or to similarly apply for RH vouchers, or if we didn't want RH vouchers, if we want to decide how to allocate those 30% units, it's all sort of equivalent, right? Like that's basically a call we can make later.
Exactly. That was a decision that we made in our proposal to address the need for dealing with some of the homelessness problem and possibly even talking to the county's Office of Supportive Housing to see if we could get, and again, this we would look to direction from city staff, from neighbors, from the neighborhood on how to proceed. That was just one assumption that we made, that we thought that the need is there for rapid rehousing, and we would work with the Office of Supportive Housing from the county to see how we could try and serve those families and those individuals who are homeless, experiencing homelessness in the city of Palo Alto.
Great. And also just a level set about soft loans, both proposals, Mid-Penn and Alta, the gap would come in the form of soft loans. I know I asked about this offline. So the interest would be low, it would be something like 3%. The money wouldn't necessarily need to be loaned all in one tranche at the start of the project time. We could work on the timing, and we'd be relatively low in the kind of priority for payback. So while it is a loan, there's a high probability that at least some of it will convert to a grant or something if at the end of the period we can't get the financials to fully pay back the loan. Is that right?
Yeah, let me give you my 2 cents on this. And this is just kind of the most common practice on a so-called soft loan. But the way I think of it is that it's structured like a loan, and that's first and foremost for enforceability. It does give you order in the liens. It's part of your enforcement mechanism, but it's typically not an amortizing loan. So it does not have a regular amortizing payment. Instead, it's paid through residual receipts, surplus cash, a portion of surplus cash over time, and that varies. And it does mean that, it ends up might have, say, a 3% interest might be common, but deferred so long as we're doing what we said we'd do, serve the right folks, keep the building in good shape. And there typically is a big balloon, back in the end. Look, we're forever owners. We've never sold a property. So when we sign up, you're going to give us a 55-year regulatory agreement like the tax credit program. Somewhere, no matter how good of owners we are in those 55 years, we're probably going to need to recapitalize a little bit and get another 55-year regulatory. So we really think of this as perpetuity. So, hopefully you're going to get decades of benefit. But it does mean that's how I would describe it. It's functions a little bit like a grant, but you do get some payment through the residual receipts.
Thank you.
Councilman Baker.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank again both Alta and MidPenn. We are incredibly lucky to have both of you as applicants. I have learned so much, first from reading your proposals and now from listening to you tonight. So thank you for your commitment to affordable housing, and thank you for your patience with us as we scale this learning curve. My colleagues have clarified some of my questions here. Thank you both for confirming your commitment to PLAs and other labor agreement, fair labor practices. And just a small question. I think it was in Alta's application, there was a comment about the different architectural styles that were just shown to go with the different heights for the different A, B, and C scenarios on parking. And on MidPenn's, I don't think there was just much said one way or another on that. So I just want to confirm with MidPenn that the architectural style, we're just not at that point where you would be saying a lot about that, or just if you could just comment on the flexibility there or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Complete flexibility. A lot of that would come from deeper dialogue with all the stakeholders, the council, the community. It would be a big part of that. And then again, it kind of gets Councilwoman into this idea of trade-offs. So, but we have absolute flexibility, and if selected, put substantial time and money into a number of different alternatives for consideration.
Thank you. And while you're there, let me ask you my next question. One of the things that seemed to be a little different in the two proposals was the number of stories. So we asked for proposals for scenarios A, B, and C. And as I mentioned, I believe Alta's was 4, 5, and 7 stories. Not in that order, but amongst the three. And I believe MidPenn's was 7 stories in all cases. So do you want to comment on the whys and wherefores of that? Because as we do this, our first project downtown on a parking lot, it'll feel a little different whether it's 5 or 7. And I believe both applicants had a preference for scenario A, which is resident only on-site parking, which I'm leaning toward myself. So could you talk a little bit about the height?
Yeah, so, my colleague Felix A. Young, I think, did a good job of helping folks understand in scenario B and C in scenario B, when you try to incorporate some of that public parking, how inefficient that can be, and then also how you really need all of that height. I think it's really scenario A. or C, I guess, if that's in the mix, but probably realistically A, where, we certainly could imagine a collective decision, input, guidance from the council, from the community to lower the building. And that would be fine. I mean, just to be honest, I think there was just how many alternatives to do. We read the guidance, which gave the guidance of the 2 floors, above the 5 and went with that. But it's certainly not something that we view as an absolute or view as something that we're excited about making a decision on with this submittal. It would be, I would guess, a really big part of the work together to look at some of those alternatives. And as I said, we've been, I feel like we've had every scenario where the community surprised us and we did 2 more than we even proposed, and we've made collective decisions to downsize for all sorts of reasons. And so we would view that as options.
I see. So just to narrow my question and make sure I understand your answer. So if we were to zero in on scenario A with resident on-site parking only, the 7-story proposal wouldn't necessarily be static. There's a possibility that could be flexible in number.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, as I said in my remarks, we think it's the place to start. I mean, this is an enormous amount of work. And I think if it's feasible, if the community supports it, I think you want as much yield as you can get. And we are deep believers that the process, how you do this work is everything. I completely agree with the councilwoman who said that the community is going to have the strongest voice in what we ultimately do, and that's the right thing. And so it's absolutely not static if that's where our collective work leads us.
Thank you. And just to confirm what Councilmember Lou was asking about, so and I think this is probably for Alta. So assuming it does seem like you both. You're pros, the financing places, the status, you know how to pursue it. You're both good at it and well respected. So if we take out what are those sources and the likelihood of pursuing them as being rough equals, do you agree that the gap you would have if we took out the vouchers and the tax credits is a $13 to $14 million gap?
I respectfully do not agree with that. I don't have the numbers with me, but it would not be a $13 million gap. I believe with the state source, it may be, and if we didn't have vouchers, it could be maybe an $8 or $9 million gap, but not a $13 million.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we've done 2 rounds.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Can I just do one clarification, Councilwoman? Okay. So I was hoping Carlos would be the bearer of this news, but so we both do prevailing wage, right? We're both, I think, supporters of AB 2011, which is the carpenter's position on prevailing wage. A couple times the Councilwoman's mentioned PLAs, project labor agreements. Those are different. So we don't typically do those. The county doesn't typically require that. But prevailing wage is the standard we've done. It's fair wage. I think it's fair to say that we both take very seriously and invest in the third-party wage monitors. This is consistent with the California Carpenters legislative position in the state of California, but a PLA is something different. So I just wanted to clarify that because she said it a couple times.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I think we need to come back to the dais on this and sort of check out where we are. Relative to your recommendations, it actually seems to me that we should be looking at the second part of your recommendation first, because you want guidance on the parking scenario, which I think is going to drive everything pretty seriously. What do we think about bedroom counts, building heights, and then anything else we would add to that? And we're heading towards 11 o'clock right now. So if somebody's ready to make a proposal, we could do that to debate. Or I can. Councilman Rectal.
I'm willing to give my 2 cents here. I think option A for parking is the best option. We do have to replace this parking somewhere else downtown, but I don't think we have to replace it on this lot. I think that just adds complexity. So option A, I really would want to skew heavily towards the family size units. I think we have demand for that. And so I really would want a lot of family units. And the height, I don't think, if we build a 5-story building here, I think we're going to regret it. A few years down the line, we're going to look at it and say, oh, that's not that bad. That looks pretty short these days. So I think we should make it as high as we can until we run out of parking. And I think parking's could probably be the limiter. So I would not want to skimp on height just because affordable housing, we have such a demand for it. I don't think we want to skimp on this. This is a great site. We want to make the most of this lot.
No others?
Well, I was making a motion. I was just skewing to see what other people think.
Well, I'll just offer a comment just to get the debate going. The obvious concern with A is that we're abandoning 100% of the housing there. And our initial direction was to, the parking there. And our initial direction was to do replacement parking. So we don't know if we do this, where we're going to do that replacement parking. So I thought it might be better to work a little harder on B, including price out what's another story of parking going to cost us? Again, just as a scenario. If it comes back as 2 million, in the scheme of this deal, that's not that big. Is that going to get us anywhere? Because we get 25 more parking spaces? I don't know, but that would at least give us a comparison to where we are right now, which is the B completely failed and C is a non-starter. So, and in terms of this gap situation, it seems to me if we went back to the developers and said, here's the number, 5 million or something, you got to cap it at that, then we just have to see if they reacted to it and wanted to do that. So, in terms of the target population needs, I think the family is a great idea, but on the other hand, to make this a little easier, I wouldn't mind cutting back a little bit on the repurposing of homeless, because we do have another shelter for that, not downtown, and to put in a few more studios, but we're just getting into, dotting the I's and crossing the T's here. I don't know if that's going to substantially make a move. So one option is just to have them go back with a 1.1 and see if they could fix B to get a little bit more parking to compare to A. I just throw that out for debate.
Mr. Mayor, if I might suggest, if it's helpful for the conversation you're about to have, we did frame the requested direction as preliminary direction to staff, or you might even call it feedback on the criteria such as parking and design dimensions. So I think any council feedback on those points will really just inform the next iteration. So if that is hopefully helpful, you don't need to settle on those dimensions this evening. Other than the decision, and we are recommending a decision on the partner such that will provide the certainty in terms of next steps for that entity.
Well, that was the other question I was raising. Would it be productive for all parties if we had them take another shot at this, given that they've heard where they're debating themselves on cap funding and things like that, and just whoever said sharpen your pencil and come back in 2 weeks or something like that. Not to mention choosing one of these vendors, both of whom are phenomenal, is like asking which child do you love better?
Well, you might say, which do you want to partner with next? Yeah, again, this is not the last project that Palo Alto will have. To a certain extent, I think, the alternative, we make selections on partners all the time. And you make those selections all the time. And
And as you've heard, many of these issues come down to the intangibles and not quantified at the moment. So perhaps the real question for the council is, what would help that decision that you haven't already heard? At the same time, I think from a staff perspective, we would not want to, quite frankly, prolong the back and forth when ultimately one will be selected and the other will not for this particular project.
Okay, now we got lights. Councilmember Burt.
So on this question of that the mayor had said that we didn't know where we would have the replacement parking, but I thought we had tentatively had scenarios at Lot L where we would have that replacement parking. Is that correct?
D, I believe.
D, I'm sorry. So that had been tentatively identified. And for that reason, I'm less concerned with the on-site parking. I was really glad to hear discussion preliminarily about essentially TDM programs, because we've had these parking reduction discussions, but haven't really got into the heart of how we mitigate that parking demand other than being selective on who the occupants are. Well, there's another way to do this in conjunction, which is to have real strong TDM programs where we have all residents having transit passes. We have not only bike parking corrals and capabilities, but we have charging stations for scooters, electric bikes, and electric cargo bikes, which really come closer to replacing a car. It's important to remember, even though I was really glad to hear Alta's plan for utilizing the services at their other nearby existing projects. But there's also the reality that we don't have private services downtown that are oriented toward low-income residents. It's a high-income service area. We have a nearby grocery store of Trader Joe's. We have CVS downtown. But we don't have a lot of services that are oriented to low-income residents. So we need to make sure that they have transit passes and that they have real support toward emerging micromobility uses that take the place of these incredibly expensive parking spots. I just want to note that when we talked about going from scenario A to scenario B, in the case of the Alta alternative, we're looking at adding $200,000 per unit, and it appears it's primarily from adding that parking. I don't know the whole breakdown. That's incredible. I mean, we're already talking about $1 million a unit and providing the land free of charge. Just to let that sink in, and you think about the state mandate for the number of affordable housing units that we are supposed to provide, and we're talking billions of dollars in cost. A fraction of that out of the city coffers, but still a big fraction to us. So I'm inclined to support the parking scenario A with some looking at height, whether it might be more than this preliminary proposal of 5 stories if it reduced the cost per unit, but not if it drove up the cost per unit. And so we don't know what they'd come up with if Alta had that scenario. It's interesting that Midpin has a lower cost per unit and a higher total city gap, and I'm still trying to struggle with that. So I would also want to give that direction that whatever scenario we choose, that it be incorporated with a very robust TDM program, which may be in partnership with the city. We have our downtown TMA. We have now from VTA 500 highly discounted VTA passes that are available, not just for the El Camino corridor, but they could be expanded for this area. VTA is on the cusp of expanding that program from a pilot in Palo Alto to a full-scale program for their entire service area. That's my
Okay, let's just
inclination.
should we get another couple comments and then get to a motion?
Yeah, I'll even go to a motion.
Could we get
which
the
is-
comments first?
Oh,
Yeah,
others?
yeah. Councilmember Lithcott Ames?
Sure.
Thank you. I was bringing in a little late after Councilmember Rectal. Just appreciated his recommendations, and I was gonna second them. I do want to say that scenario B, I had originally thought just at a surface level was going to be the win-win because it was parking for the residents and replacement parking. But then once you drill into the numbers, you really see that we're not getting resident parking at close to 0.5 spots per unit. And we can't get full replacement parking. So it just feels like a lose-lose actually. And I think we are putting ourselves and our city's reputation in jeopardy if we try to build affordable housing and decide that, you know, we can significantly underpark it compared to what we would want elsewhere. I appreciate the TDM options, of course, being in the downtown near transit, last mile and all that. I'm just saying, I don't want these residents to feel somehow that they were given less. The perception will be that it's an affordable housing community and I would hate for anyone to feel that they were mistreated. Not to say that anyone is suggesting that, but there's that perception that could be out there if we don't adequately park this for the residents at 0.5. So I'm in favor of A. Look, you had me at housing. You had me at affordable housing. 7.5, 54, 77. I'm delighted we're having this conversation and I intend to vote with the majority.
Councilmember Lou?
Just offering a couple of very brief comments on Commissioner Rectal's points. I concur that 7 stories is reasonable. On parking, I find option B still relatively appealing. I think MidPenn's proposal for option B, for example, does, I wouldn't quite call it a lose-lose. I think that's actually a relatively appealing option with 7 stories with some parking for retail and the general public and some parking for the residents as well, though I realize it still makes compromises. On the target population, I think families are a unique value that we can add, but I realize, as the city manager said, that that's not the main point we need to exactly resolve right now. And the more pertinent decision is between Alta and MidPenn. And I will hold a bit on a final comment there, but just in my mental model, Alta has potentially better services from adjacent properties and programs, and MidPenn has potentially lower cost per unit, though I guess there's still some murkiness there about the extent MidPenn actually has like distinct economies of scale, like the height, design, the ability for either developer to do any of the options listed out in A, B, or C, I think. And their ability to get funding for these are just a wash for me in my mental model. So I think it, I'd just be curious if other council members are thinking about it differently. But for me, it would come down to MidPenn having lower costs and Alta having potentially better services.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yeah, I said previously that I was leaning toward A, and having listened to the responses since then and other comments, I still am. I don't care for option B. Thank you, Councilmember Burt. Those were exactly my questions as well, that we could do that replacement parking elsewhere downtown, and we've even identified some places for that. I don't want to see this new project sort of burdened, so to speak, with replacement parking on site when we can do it elsewhere, and we can do the TDM. I have 2 questions. One, I want to ask Alta the flip of what I asked Mid-Penn, which is if we were to zero in on A, which it sounds like there's some direction, we're somewhat going in that direction. Could you do more stories? Could you do 7? I mean, is that something that is still could be in play? And if so, I think right now you've got under A 54 units and Mid-Penn has 73. Would you get up to 73 perchance?
I think our architect is furiously figuring out the number if we added two stories, and again, we would work with the community, we would work with city to determine the right mixture of different unit types. But yes, we could go up to 7 stories. That's actually the same type of construction that we assumed for option B. It's just that we wouldn't have two stories of we'd have 2 stories of concrete, and then have 5 stories above that of wood frame. So yes, we would do that.
Okay, thank you. So once again, it's quite similar. And then my second question is it's almost impossible to answer, but I would like to hear you all think out loud about it, which is we haven't really talked about the fires in LA, and being professionals at this housing build, are we going to be short on materials and labor? And do you have any thoughts on how that will affect this whole thing? Just, I think in short, just because, I mean, I know that it's going to affect you both, but boy.
Just to answer your question from the previous, our architect, Adrian from Piatalk, said that we'd add another 25 to 28 units on if we added the 2 additional stories. So and then to answer the question about, absolutely, this is where, you know, we put in escalations, we put in other factors. We would look at different alternative building types. We look at that's why we bring on the general contractor really early into the process, and we work with a construction manager as well. They're helping us really get a sense of what's going on in the building industry at that moment, and what can they project to the future. So those are very, very at this point, we're absolutely thinking about that for all of our developments.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add that, you know, I think the piece that I think most directly could affect us is just whatever damage this does to our already broken insurance market. So the commercial market is as broken as the residential. I'm sure many of you are experiencing personally. And I think there's no question that this is of a scale where it's going to make it only that much worse. So but that's a, you know, really, really a big challenge for the state to figure out what more we can do. I'm less concerned about supply or labor. It's just a little different market, the single family residential, which of course wasn't all of the structures in LA, but the majority. I would really point to the insurance.
Thank you. And I realize it's not necessarily a distinguisher between the two of you, but I just think it's helpful for our council to get a preview. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need a motion. Councilmember Stone.
Move we go with parking scenario A, staff recommendation of Alta Housing, but request Alta to come back with a 7-story plan and maximize the total units.
Second.
I'm going to speak to my motion. I appreciate both Mid-Penn and Alta making their presentations tonight. I think the city will be working with Mid-Penn. I think both of these are really close. I think the big deciding factor for me at the end was hearing that at 7 stories, Alta might be able to go up another 24, 28 units within that, and that gets us pretty close to 80 units. I agree with Councilmember Rectal. I think we'll look back in a few years and have some buyer's remorse if we do not invest a little more in trying to increase that height. And I believe too, Director Late, you can remind me when we were talking about original kind of heights and with our on city-owned parking lots, I think 85 feet was what we said we would go max on, and I believe the 7 stories fits within that. So this seems like the right place, location, and excited about the opportunities to be able to replace this parking with additional parking structure on Lot D. Great.
Nothing to add.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to propose a minor amendment to the motion, which would be up to 7 stories, because that's fine. Good. And the reason for that is we really want to hear what's the sweet spot. And it may be 7, it might be 6. With mass timber construction, they're looking at different alternatives. And one of the things we didn't get clarification on, we heard how many additional units, but from what we understood earlier, this is a single level of parking, and they can't do 1.5 levels of parking efficiently. So it presumably, if we go up, we're going to reduce the ratio of parking to units. And that may be something we're okay with, but I still want to give them the flexibility to provide maybe 1 or more scenarios that have these trade-offs. And the other thing I'd just like to request that Alta come back with is something valuable that they did a few years ago, which is for the benefit of the council and the community. They had done a table of all of their various projects in the community. Almost all, if not all, have had historically reduced parking requirements. Not necessarily this level of reduction, but reduced ones. And those were without strong TDM programs. And so there's an additional opportunity to further reduce demand for parking, not just reduce the parking. And a number of those projects also were not as adjacent to transit and services as this will be. So my hope is that this will even be better at that. The one thing I asked Alta to do, whether they can do it on everything or maybe a most relevant sampling, is not only what was the reduced parking requirement for the project, but what is the parking utilization today, so that we understand that it's not causing overflow. And I had done a couple of lots where I reviewed that, and it looks promising. 801 Alma, or Alma Place actually is the one I'm thinking, and Oak Court. And so I'm really interested in the data. I think it will be encouraging, especially with an aggressive TDM program. Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, one thing I forgot, we want to make clear on B, up to 7-story plan, maximize the total units. The intention of that, though, is not to maximize the total units with a bunch of studios, 1-bedroom apartments. It would be to maintain the ratio of the family housing. I don't know if that needs to be included then in the motion, or if it's.
But they would
Yes,
still
it
have
would be helpful to clarify large family units.
And maybe maximize the total units at the current ratio.
that wouldn't, you're not saying that would preclude, if Alta decided that they really did want at the end, 4 studio units.
No, I mean, yeah, it's meant to be flexible enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're at 0 now. You're not saying they got to stay at that exact ratio.
No.
Okay.
Assuming this is all fine with the seconder. Great.
Well, when this is up, there are 200 more people in these units, and yes, they're parking their cars there, but they're all shopping at all the retail shops, which has been one of our goals of building out both downtown areas, that we're actually getting more residents to buy more stuff right in their own area. Is the clerk done?
just wanted to confirm, I believe there was a friendly amendment from Councilmember Burt. I just wanted to make sure I captured that and if the maker and the seconder approved of it. Was that just the only
Are
one?
you talking about B?
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know if there was something on
Yeah.
parking that you wanted to add.
Okay, when you're ready, let's go to a vote.
And then confirming it was Councilmember Stone, seconded by Councilmember Rectal?
Correct.
Okay. Taking the vote. Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Mayor Lowing, the meeting is adjourned, correct?
Right.
No, thanks to staff, because I know this took a lot of work over a lot of months from a lot of people. It's very complicated. So it was really a really good effort. Yeah, we're adjourned until Saturday. See you then.